everybody, and welcome to Asians Return Episode 2. We're playing a story, a campaign, a game that I have created, and I've created the system and the setting, which is called Frostmark, the RPG. There's a content warning tonight for bad language and perhaps some gore. We shall see how things go. With me, I have a wonderful cast of players. I have Aspen playing Acheron, which is you're a discipline and finesse build. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing alright.
Great. And then we got Lola playing Ginevra, which is a devotion and finesse build. Hello and welcome.
Hello, hello, hello.
We got the fantastic Lynn playing Titania, occult student. How you doing?
I'm doing well. My build has much more nonsense than that, but that's a good way to put it.
It's mostly that, but yes. And then we got Adrian playing Aaron, Soul Oath, and Divine Oath. How you do, Emeka?
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yes. Good. What happened last time, guys?
Oh boy.
Shenanigans aplenty.
Lots of tension.
talking.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of talking. That's for sure.
A little bit of flirting, a little bit of shopping.
But
Do we go out shopping?
we started with Ginevra outside of the Queen's office, waiting for a meeting that never happened. Where you were standing with Cardinal Lumina, a grouchy grandma kind of character who questioned why Ginevra was the one to be chosen by the Queen to be the church representative on this meeting. You also got 2 items from Lumina. Which was?
The sending scrolls,
Yes.
specifically Rion based.
Yes. One of them were given to you secretly, and the other one was given to you officially. And then we had Titania and Acheron. You were at little Svela's reads. How did that go?
Titania and Acheron's unfortunate expeditions with bookstores ended very poorly.
I don't know, I think maybe we should pick up one for the road, just in case there's something interesting to do.
It made Tia very uncomfortable and very upset. There was some splashing in puddles and a little bit of just
Getting
fun
wet.
nonsense before we headed off to the castle.
Yes. Where you met Ginevra for the first time.
Yes.
For the first time.
Yes.
The
yes.
first
well,
time.
not. Yes,
As she is, at least.
We did find out that Titania already knew Ginevra as a tutor back in Crowhill. And apparently she was not one of the bad guys, or the bad ones, as Akram very angrily put it. And then
Very good for her.
we cut off to another part of the castle where Mr. Isterian came through the back door into the Queen's office.
I mean, I wouldn't use that term of phrasing. He certainly was present.
The Queen asked for a report with the human trafficking, and you
Indeed.
told her that it's still ongoing, very well protected, and seems to be happening further north than how it was done before over the mountain pass, which Minora was very unhappy hearing, seeing that if people can be moved over the mountains, then other things can as well. She invited you to dinner for the next day. You said you couldn't. And you headed out the normal way and stumbled into the rest of the people.
Yeah, and his next appointment was there waiting for him. It's like, no
Yes.
travel needed.
It's almost like somebody planned this. Yes, Titania, you had sent out a letter, or some kind of message to...
Requesting Aaron's assistance in his
Yes.
little job.
And two birds and one stone. Aaron had picked up this work here in Allwood and was supposed to meet Titania here in Allwood, and just sees her there in the castle and like wonders like, why are you here? You guys talk about that. And then you're invited into the Queen's office, where she tells you that she has a spy that has ventured over the mountain pass with the information that the Ravenmoors have acquired a shining orange stone that apparently they have been waiting for and should be delivered immediately to the Countess. And Minerva is worried what this devil artifact can be. If it's just smoke and mirrors, or if it's just a minor magical effect, or if it's really important. For her potential military campaign come next summer. So she wants you to head out, find out as much as possible about this devil artifact so she can plan her strategy of taking the Ravenmoor down by offering 1,000 gold pieces to Ginevra / the church and Titania / her companions. You accepted this, and you were shown to a wing of the castle, the eastern wing, where you basically had it all for yourself. You had some food and some entertainment.
There are a number of tense discussions between our various characters.
Yes, I really
I think
liked.
the firebolt was my favorite.
Oh, that was so good.
I loved. We're fucked.
Well, absolutely. What are we
Yeah.
doing?
You're right. The "we're fucked" conversation was I think the best opening to a conversation.
Which triggered Akron going over to Ginevra and trying to smooth things over before something would happen by saying, hey, be kind to Titania in your reports. She does not know what she is doing. And
Well-
Ginevra and Aaron, you had a bit of a, I wouldn't say totally intimate, but there were something going on there about the strap.
Guys,
was
I
completely
just let
innocent.
go. I just held on do at one strap. You guys are so thirsty. Jeez.
Hey, I just think personally, my headcanon is that Ginevra is just really fascinated by like shiny rocks. She's like, wow,
Yes.
that sword has such a shiny rock in it.
Yes. She saw the blue stone
Heart
embedded in
raven.
the pommel.
Definitely was taken by the sword.
Alright.
Consistent.
During dinner, Akron zealously checks all the food for poison. Aaron is both disgusted and confused as to why. You guys discuss your skill sets, what you might require in some of the mission itself, and Aaron indeed shows that he has some magical abilities, for better or worse, that was going to miss the candle, but through mysterious circumstances, it was guided to its target, Titania. And during the night, you know what happened to you?
Crazy man woke me up from my sleep. Yeah, it seems like an agent from the Sacred Arms has come to me and requested my aid in trapping Aaron, calling him a devil in disguise, I believe.
Yes. Yes. And then we're going to start again. Woohoo! Alright. If not somebody has something to add.
You got everything?
Thank you.
There it is.
The drrrn.
That bell.
That's so weird.
let's go back here and show off the very nice new art. Wait, that's wrong. There you go. Oh, hey,
I'm teeny weeny.
you're teeny weeny. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect indeed. Okay. In the middle of the night, under dark skies, sits Oakhome, sleepy and calm. In the eastern wing of the complex, in Priestess Ginevra's room, a figure had just awoken the priestess from her calm slumber with a hand over her mouth. Sister Priestess Ginevra, you are to receive news from Sacred Arms. The man you are traveling with, Mr. Asterion, is a devil in disguise. We need you to help to lure him into a trap on your travels, Jan willing. He lets go a little bit of the pressure over your mouth, but keeps it there, like a warning stare, and quickly continues, whispering this to you closely. On your journey, you will pass Spruce Cross. You and your companions will stop for the night there. The Broad Tankard Inn. Sleep there. If you cannot convince them to sleep at the establishment, bring them at least for dinner. You have traveled through it in the past, have you not? And Miss Sletana's reindeer steak is to die for. You want to eat there again. Convince them, Ginevra. The rest we will take care of. Understood?
I nod.
Good. Now whisper your questions briefly and quietly. And he lets go with his hand completely.
Should I be concerned of what he may be capable of as a devil in disguise?
Oh, definitely. This is dangerous. Keep your faith close to you, priestess.
And what is the plan once we get there?
It will all be taken care of. Only thing you need to do is to play the part and bring them there. Bring him there.
How can you be so sure that he truly is a devil?
We have been tracking him for quite some time.
What has he done?
What has he not done? Ginevra, as a priestess, I know that you are full of compassion. But this is not a man. He's not a human. He's something else. Something very dark and dangerous. Something that needs to be removed from our earth for the safety of everybody.
Will you be watching as we go?
Of course.
I'm only a missionary. I'm not used to this kind of work with dealing with such dangerous people.
We will try, but we don't want to reveal our position or our presence to the devil. That is why you are going to help us with the trap. We will not be too far away.
Why have you chosen now as the time to strike? Why not take him as he sleeps? Why do we have to go there?
We have tried in the past. More measures.
Should I be concerned for the safety of anyone else involved? There are others who are traveling with us.
Malgravian scholar and her bodyguard. Ginevra, look out for yourself.
Still, it would not do good for there to be a scene.
We have taken care of it in the Broad Tankard Inn.
Broad Tankard Inn. Okay. At Spruce Cross?
At Spruce Cross.
Spruce Cross.
If you would call
I'll do my
off
best.
the attack, if something would to happen that would reveal our presence to him, put a candle in your window. We will be watching. Now, it's time for you to sleep.
I'll watch him leave.
He backs off, jumps up on the windowsill, and just disappears in the darkness.
Okay. I'll close my window.
None of that again, huh?
Fair.
That's gonna really help.
This is why you lock your windows, children.
Alright.
Yeah, and I'll kind of sit on my bed,
Uh-huh.
kind of pulling through my hair now out of its plait, just thinking for a time.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually get back to sleep.
Okay. And the night passes without further incident. Good for you guys.
I mean, I had something I wanted to do in the night.
Yes, you moved over to Tanya's room, right?
Yeah,
And slept there.
sneakily. And I'm actually going to instead, like, softly wake her up.
Oh, in the middle of the night?
Yeah,
Okay. Alright.
I've changed the plans.
You changed the
But
plan? Alright.
Around what time? Because depending
It's
on what
like-
time it is.
Late. It's definitely very nighttime.
Alright.
Like, okay. So,
Very
Tatiana's just,
night.
like, kind of passed out, glasses still on her face, book in her lap.
God.
uh, yeah, and that's how you find her.
The Gekaron just kind of takes a moment to just be like, I can't believe this dumbass did this. What the fuck? But then we'll like poke Titania's shoulder a couple times. Be like, Psst. Hey, Titania.
Oh, hi.
Tia,
Hey.
you fell asleep. What the fuck, dumbass? What the hell is this?
What's
Take your glasses off and go to bed properly, you gremlin.
studying? It just before bed. It's just a habit of mine. I'm sorry. Yes.
Also,
that's-
Can I maybe sleep with you? I don't think we should like be alone. It's dangerous.
Yeah, sure. Here, let me just. She rolls over to one side and just like kind of, she just throws all the blankets over to you. Like, here, you should take this more than I do, and grabs her coat out of her bag and
No,
wraps that over her.
Kaya's just like, this is. Kaya will just let this be, and then as soon as Tia's asleep, because Kaya's like always ridiculously hot, it's just like these are too much. Give them back to Titania and just go to sleep close to their friend like the very adult person without issues they are.
But before that, Tia looks over to you and says, "Are you all right? Do you want to talk about it? Maybe?"
Kaya thinks a minute. It's clear, I think, on their face that like part of them does maybe desperately in a way want to open up about the very in the dark, obvious insecurity that they have right now. But they just hesitate for a couple long moments and then just say, I'm a little more worried than I want to let on about this. The whole castle and everything, it reminds me of worse places and different times. Times that I don't necessarily want to remember.
It's not exactly the most... Well, physically it is comfortable, but you know, like, the space is just, you know, it's very... It kind of feels like we're just stuck in four walls, you know, without a good plan or freedom to move. I get it, I understand. Here, we should, she kind of flips over to a new page in her notebook and pulls out a pen. We should talk about, the questions we want to ask the other people tomorrow, just so we're prepared.
Yeah, okay. They can discuss that for a while.
Mhm.
Out of character, we already
Yeah.
established these so that we wouldn't go over them for 20 minutes in game. So
Very nice. Very
they
nice.
have that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And eventually the two of them fall
Yeah.
asleep.
Okay,
Roughly.
and then the night goes without incident, I guess. Okay. I've also received the news that Agron is up pretty bright and early.
Yes. And we'll try to leave the room without waking Tia.
Okay. I think, I mean, how...
That's fine.
That's fine, okay.
Do you need a roll or something?
It's up to Tia. She can just decide.
No, you're good. I want to see what
Okay.
you do.
She can just decide.
Well, it depends. So, which place has more space? The room Akron was given, or the main common room between the dorms?
The main living space is definitely the biggest.
Is there anyone there right now?
Yes, you walk out of the door and you can see sitting on a chair, which is his head resting against the back of the chair. Sword still in hand, I guess, in the lap.
Yep.
Is Aaron.
Does he look like he's awake?
No, I don't think so.
I'm gonna slowly, stealthily, I'm trying not to be noticed or to wake him up if he is asleep. But I want to approach and get closer to see if he's if he fell asleep in the chair like a weirdo, or what's happening. So I don't know if I need a stealth roll for that to get close without tripping him up or anything. Or...
Guess Aaron would be a little bit concerned about people approaching him as he sleeps.
He tends to sleep quite lightly.
Right.
Oh, I suppose no. That is a consideration. Instead, I will not approach. I will go, hey.
He doesn't respond immediately.
I will take 3 moderately kind of makes the effort to make their footsteps audible. So I imagine they walk very lightly. So they kind of stomp their feet just a tiny bit just to make their footfalls loud.
Mhm.
And then after a couple steps will be hey. Psst.
With his eyes still closed, he says, "You awoke ever so loudly."
Well, I mean, that was kind of the intention. Would you rather I have snuck up on you?
If it was intentional, then I appreciate the forewarning.
I don't like being snuck up on either, and I try to make it a point not to sneak up on those who are armed with giant swords. Unless you know I don't plan on them ever waking up, but
Good to know. Are you usually up this early?
yes.
Good to know also.
You usually asleep in chairs?
Not usually. It's just well, the lavishness of the East Wing doesn't really sit well with me, so I chose to sit instead.
I don't like it that much either. Excessive opulence is off-putting.
Correct me if
Can
I'm
I?
wrong.
Sorry.
Did you not get given your own room?
Yes.
And yet you exited from another's. Should I know something?
We're not sleeping together. Well, we're not fucking if that's what you're asking.
It's not necessarily my place. It's just on the battlefield. If you choose
She's
to
like a
save her
sister.
life over, I see.
I'll always pick her life over mine if that's what you were about to say. I'll always pick her life over everyone. Tia is the most important thing in the world to me. She's all I have.
Understood. Is there something you wish to ask?
At the dinner last night, you seemed... I thought your off-putedness was just upset at first, but thinking back on it, something tells me that your concern over the timing of the letter might be drawn from a personal experience that you've had recently.
He fidgets in his chair and straightens up and cracks his neck and cracks at the other side. It's something I wish to address with Titania, if that's okay with you.
Akron just nods and says, well, I'm going to be taking up some room practicing some forms, so...
Well, would you like a sparring partner?
Here?
Why not? There's more than enough room, is there not?
Is Aaron wearing his armor?
Yes.
Kyle, I will say, doesn't that give you a bit of an advantage?
Oh, no, 1 second. He is not, because his strap was loosened.
I thought you might have put it back on after you had because you had your bath and then you came back.
Yeah.
So
No,
I
it's
thought you
like
might
a
have put it back on.
No, he took it off because he knew he'll be safe.
Oh.
So he's sitting there with common clothes,
In that case,
somewhat
yeah.
stained.
Akron will nod. Yeah. Why not?
I appreciate, an energetic morning routine, so good to have you along.
Try to keep up.
Okay. Does some stretches, lunges,
Yeah. Well, then,
like,
doing
twists
some,
of the waist and
stretching
like
stuff.
cracks his spine. Ugh.
Yeah.
While they're doing this, can I ask Bex, like, which side of the building would the sun be kind of directly shining into?
This is the eastern wing, so it's the morning sun area. That's why it's a guest place, because you want the evening sun, right? That's why.
Yeah. But I mean, in terms of like the window that's coming out from the bedroom versus the window that's in the main area, which one would be kind of facing the sun more?
It'd probably be coming into your room at an angle and directly into the living room.
Okay, then I'll go into the living room.
All right, you see Aaron stretching.
Yeah. Both of us are just stretching.
Yeah.
Early rises, I see. And she comes out with her hair, like, before it was in a very thick plait that went all the way down, kind of just past her booty. And now, because it's not, it's kind of like right down to her knees, just like in these rippling waves, from having it in the flat. And she just kind of glides across the floor and says, "Don't mind me," and goes to a window facing the sun and kind of does her morning prayers.
Nice. All right. Okay, nut
Good time just to go
jobs.
sleep.
Nut jobs. Let's do this.
Yeah, are we sparring in the midroom? I
Sparring
will like
in the
try to
living room.
make as much room as possible by like pushing some furniture out of the way.
Uh-huh.
Like, Kaya needs some room to move. Because that's my whole strategy.
Well, you basically have about, looking at this room, it's probably 10 meters times maybe 5? Yeah? About? In space?
Sizable.
Like 10 by 5 or
Yeah.
like 50 meters?
10 by 5.
Okay. That's all of my movement. Dope.
Alright. How do you just...
Squaring up. No, actually, Kaya doesn't like... Kaya like steps up and like rolls their shoulders and like is obviously sizing Aaron up, but doesn't necessarily like throw their hands up or anything at first. They very chill. More relaxed than maybe a fighter should in the beginning of a fight. I don't know if we're rolling initiative to see who goes first or...
Yeah, I'm just confirming with...
Yeah, he's putting his hands up, and you see under his he's got like basically a short sleeve shirt on. He has somewhat decently large arms, like not someone that has been bodybuilding, but more as like someone who's worked a lot in his life and just has that natural brawn.
Definitely.
And he still has his right-handed glove on with the lattice lace-up, dark red leather, and he puts his dukes up.
Okay, alright. Let's roll initiative.
Heck yeah. I gotta go find my modifier.
I need a token.
Right, you get the tokens as well. Yeah.
Do we have a room layout, or are we just gonna be moving about the
We're gonna be
circle?
using the theater of the mind for this.
Yeah.
Let's drag your token out so you can roll.
Okay, yeah, give me a second. It's not a circle because I was not given the circle.
Dinevra
access.
will be kind of having in the side of her eye, noticing that this is happening and not be directly watching, but just will be keeping an eye on both of them as they do this.
It's friendly
observing.
sparring, so not necessarily. It's more about hitting rather than doing the damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
So we don't have to roll
Yeah,
damage.
non-lethal.
Non-lethal, but not necessarily non-impactful either. It's more about tapping.
Yeah, you can.
Tagging.
It's up to you guys. Whoa! What? You have the same modifier as well?
Mhm.
Oh, this is gonna be
You
fun.
both have +4 dexterity. Damn.
Oh wow.
This is gonna be fun. I'm excited. Yeah, it'll
That's a
start
high
off playful.
dexterity.
I
You have to roll
actually-
damage to start. We'll see.
I
how the
actually
fight
need you
goes.
guys to roll again. Because...
Acheron will have higher dexterity if you want to do it like that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
All right. Then Akron will go first.
Lynn, like, what?
And we will be dealing like 0 HP hits. It will be.
0 HPs, yeah. Otherwise, I might haymaker her.
I mean, it's up to you. Do you guys want to deal non-lethal damage, or do you want to go for no damage?
It depends on which lets me have my sneak attack, and if it's no damage, how do you win? Or is this just about measuring each other? Let's start with no damage, and we can switch it up to non-lethal. if
We
things
see
get
if we
like
get
nasty.
excited about it.
Yeah. So if I go first, then Acheron's gonna make an attack, and then use my bonus attack to make another unarmed strike. So,
All right.
do I just roll to hit?
Yeah. Tell me what to do. Roll.
Well, Acheron kind of like stays kind of like casual, and then out of like just like drops into like the form out of like seemingly calm, and just takes like tries to rush up and like take a couple quick swings at it.
Alright.
Aaron, so I'm doing 2 attacks because I can't. Well, I'm doing an attack and a bonus action attack, so.
Yes.
I just rolled a hit, right?
Yep, you do.
So the first one's a 17 for my attack. And then,
Yeah, he's unarmored, so.
Yeah. And then a 19 for the second one.
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
So. A guy's, like, obviously aiming for, like, shoulder, like, stomach, like, areas where, like, there's like, force, but there's not, like, pain behind the attacks. Like,
Alright.
they definitely, like, make a solid sound, but they don't really hurt.
You probably come in with a jab, and then you go in with a lower hook. Probably trying
Is
to
that
hit
your
the kidney.
unarmed modifier? +6.
Yeah, it should be. That's what it says on my sheet. Unless I'm stupid.
Well, it would be your strength modifier for punch. Unless
I
you
have martial arts.
Oh, like
Yes.
martial arts, the dexterity modifier.
Yep. So,
You have a +6 to your dexterity? You sure?
that's what it says on my sheet.
It
No,
should
but
be
it-
+4 and
I
then
thought it was
proficiency.
+2.
Yeah, it's plus
Yeah,
four,
that's
plus
Plus
two.
2
Yeah.
is for
Oh, because you're
plus 2.
proficient for punching.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
this is not gonna go well.
Freaking monks, man.
Yeah,
Alright,
and
what's-
coming
then,
in,
wait,
jab
I'm
in the
not done.
stomach, and then a hook to the kidney, and quick.
And then I will
position.
playfully go like take like quite a few bits of movement. I'm gonna duck on like around him because he can't due to the mobile feat, no
Oh.
opportunity attacks, and
Woo!
take some distance
Nice.
behind him.
All right,
ducking out of
5 meters
immediate
backwards,
range.
basically.
Mhm.
All right, so jump to the
Just
stomach,
playfully.
kidney attack, and then spin underneath arm, and then go 5 meters away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, playfully.
Dancing around you, Aaron. Quick, small.
Very quick, yeah. In the space and time it took her to punch twice, he's just gonna basically go for an attack at the same time, likely to miss. So,
I
because
don't
it's
know.
more of a, it's less of like a targeted like quick jab, and it's more like a massive lumbering punch.
Right. Yeah.
But you know,
like a
not
telegraphed.
necessarily. Yeah, like ring your bell.
So you spin around and you stalk after her.
Yes, indeed. So, a 22 to hit.
Oh yeah, no, that absolutely is.
Okay.
It's strange, Aaron. I mean, the attack is very much telegraphed, but he has positioned himself in a way, and you, that you're a little bit cornered, and just this massive arm is just coming your way, and there's no way for you to duck. Where do you
So is it
aim?
like, well, he's gonna go for Acheron's. I guess he's gonna like go for her face, but then at the last second, just stop and like flick it, like like
Flick
it passes
the-
a block and just flicks her in the side of the head.
All right. You're unhurt but irritated.
Yeah, a little bit.
Um,
This is interesting.
All right.
So, I'm obviously then going to take 2 more attacks.
Mhm.
Which are my action, my bonus action.
Okay.
I want to do damage on my bonus on one of them though.
yeah, if you're irritated, go for it.
Like, just to see how you handle it. This is more just testing you. I just want to see what you do. So there's the first one. It's a 15. Does that hit?
Yeah, because it is just his dexterity modifier at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, so AC of 12.
So, well, they will do the same amount of damage. So I'm gonna do damage. Probably. Oh god, I was about to say damage on the first one and not the second. No, yeah. I guess one of them might do damage. I guess it doesn't matter which one because it does the same. So.
Okay. Do your unarmed damage.
5. I got
Alright.
lucky.
How do you want to hurt him?
I want to do I want to make like kind of a like joking kind of like slap, but then I want to like actually kind of sock him in like the side. Like.
Oh, you could
it's-
do like a slap with your left hand, and then you're coming in underneath the slap, and you block his view, into
I think
the
what would be
solar
kinda-
plexus.
Yeah. What I think would be kind of cool to do is like a slap and then like kind of duck like I'm moving to run and elbow him in the solar plexus as I then move to like again dash.
All right, and you dodge to the.
Yeah, I'm gonna
How
just
was your-
move away again. I'm gonna dance out of range again.
All right, which is your
Afterwards.
your speed?
I have a speed of 10, so however
Right.
far I can get.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you can move basically 10 paces to the other side of the room.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You're just waiting on there.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna wait there, kind of like with the.
Hey. Yeah.
Okay.
It was clear. It might be clear that the hit was very obviously like Akron's been doing very little like very controlled punches. This one hurt a little.
Just hit me right in
Yeah.
the liver. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He makes a grunt as like he sees that she dances away. They dance away to the other side of the room, and he will use his movement to go. He won't go all the way to her. He will go to the middle of the room, and he will ready in action.
Oh.
To basically flavored to be like basically a quick move and a sweep to just like put her on her back as a shove attack.
Oh, cool. Okay. But you don't know this. You just know that he is prepared
That's
for
fine
something.
because that's really funny with what my next move was, anyways.
All right, so you stood.
Sweep the leg.
He's like 3 meters away from you.
I would like to use Kaya's Vigilance Observe as my action. So I need a deception check from
Oh my
Aaron.
god.
And I make an so it's I can send it to you if you need it, Bexxy, but it's the one
No.
you gave me. It's from
Yes.
Empathy or whatever, where I make an Empathy Composure check contested by the target's deception, and if I succeed, I have advantage on attack rolls and ability checks until my next turn.
Yes.
All right. So it's a deception presence, presumably.
Either or.
Yes. You decide.
It says right there.
It would be manipulation, no, so it would be presence, right?
That's true. It's yeah. Let's do the presence. Makes more sense in the
Yeah,
situation.
because you're like investigating my intent of how I look.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A 9.
And then I'll make mine in a second. Sorry, I gotta check my sheet.
Empathy comp.
Whoa! Is
All
that a
right.
success?
No. Defenders win.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
and then
I'm so mysterious.
I wasn't gonna move in because I think my whole turn was gonna be trying to use this, so
Right. This is an action or a bonus section.
it's set. Let me read again.
It's
So
an
you
action.
can-
right?
It's an action.
It's an action to do. All right.
And since I didn't make an attack, I can't make an attack as a bonus action, so I'm just going to use my free action to throw a little taunting, like, finger, come here.
All right.
Stand up in the middle, and then like with a slight grin, he will rush her and do the same attack. Like if they're against the wall, he basically will. No, he wants to like sweep the legs underneath to make her prone.
Okay.
Okay, what do I do for that?
Let's
So
do a
it will
shove
be
attack.
contested. It's an attack by me, but you also do a athletics or
Athletics with either brawn or dexterity.
yeah.
That'll be athletics dexterity for me, because I might be muscular, but I am not strong.
And it's my athletics that I'm using.
So 23.
Woo!
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Step over my leg, sweeping your leg.
Yeah. She should do this like cool
Little hop.
jump above it, right?
Yeah.
All right. And I
Jump
have
onto
like
his shoulders.
Shook
run up
math.
the back wall, flip over.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's my attack.
I think so for my start is just for like positioning, I do want to take the opportunity where he's down lower to make kind of like I don't want to damage him that badly. I don't know if, because controlling your kicks is a little harder than controlling your fists, so I worry if I knee him in the head, it'll actually hurt. But you know what?
Or you could do like a wheel over his face by like using his shoulder to like wheel over him and like pressure the throat a little bit as you go. Like, hey, I could.
That sounds like a good idea. Is that just also an unarmed attack, or is that just a flavor?
Let's do an athletics dexterity to do this acrobatic stunt.
Okay, athletics or just dexterity?
Athletics with dexterity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have.
No, that's okay.
Cool. Oh, now I get a 9. Good luck. If I knee you in the head, that's just what happens.
Well, this is like you trying to perform the action,
Yeah.
not necessarily do the attack. So I guess you don't.
Yeah.
You just like
Too
catch
tall.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very tall.
He started to
Roll
move
over my
up.
hip.
He started to move up from his like low position faster than you thought it would be, and your arm miss, and you're like, ah. Still have your
Well
movement?
then, yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna try to get around and like out again, but he does
Okay.
get an opportunity attack this turn.
All right.
So I didn't make an attack.
Wanna grab?
A grab.
And what do you wanna do? Kind of attack.
She's trying to get away. Yeah, he's gonna try and like grab her by the scruff.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do it.
Wait, are you trying to touch Kaya's neck? This is really important.
The clothing.
But like, is it in this area?
Yeah.
Okay. Just for roleplay stuff.
Okay. All right, it's 12, so probably not.
All right, athletics dexterity from your side as well.
Okay.
Since this is a contested, grapple is always contested. No, slip out of your grasp.
How close does his hand get though?
You probably feel the hands moving your fabric around, but it doesn't get a grip.
Okay. In that case, well, we gotta go a little further away. Kaya turns around, and there's been a shift in the emotions
Oh.
in their eyes. They look. This was. Their gaze kind of sharpens, less playful and more actual combat. I'm gonna take 2 real attacks.
Well, at this point, if
Lethal
we're playing
damage.
around, like Aaron's gonna like drop his hands and say,
Yeah, you end the fight.
All right, yeah.
Understood.
Aaron sees the anger, and you take a step
he
back.
just says, "Understood," and then just walks off to get
Yeah.
some water.
I think Janae. Oh shit, Janae's still in the room, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, she saw all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta think. Kaya feels really embarrassed. Kaya's gonna run into the room, like not run, but like go into the room they were given on their own, and just kind of like pick a corner and have like a little bit of a mental breakdown for a hot moment,
Oh,
as they have like flashbacks to a really terrible time. The training that gave them their abilities super fresh in their mind.
okay.
And they take a
Take a
mental
hot
breakdown moment.
A hot second.
Trying to get
Gotcha.
themselves under
Alright.
control.
All right, Ginevra, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, good thing I feel, relaxed having these people along to protect us as we go along our way. It's very insightful. It's always good to watch people fight. You can tell a lot about people by the way that they fight. I finished my
Okay.
morning prayers.
All right.
And is Aaron still in the room? Or did he go back to his room?
No, he just went to get some like a goblet of water.
A goblet. Yes. Okay, if he's still in the room when she finishes her prayers, then she'll approach him and say, "Quite impressive. Have you trained, or is this something that's just come about through the work that you've done?"
One could say I have had some training. I was once in some form of military. But that was a while ago, and well, I've mostly been dealing with the sword these days, and hand-to-hand combat. It's been a while since I've had such a quick opponent, so. Have you had
Well-
any training?
Certainly not in hand to hand. And if that is you without practice, then again, I feel very glad to know that you'll be with us, keeping us safe as we go on this journey. Did you wish to go into the military, or did you feel like it was a duty?
Back then, it was because it was expected. I showed a particular aptitude for it, so why not? My parents were very on board with the idea that I would do very well, and therefore they encouraged me to do that. And my brother too, he was already there, so it was an easy transition, shall we say. Not necessarily what I thought I would do at that age, but, well, here we are.
So you have a brother. Was he older than you? Is he older than you?
He was older than me.
No longer?
I don't know. I hope so. Well, I hope not. That. Yeah, I hope he's still older than me.
Still in the military?
That I don't know either. Maybe. It depends on a number of things, but I hope he is.
I hope so too.
Why?
Did you... Well, I would not wish anyone ill. I wish that he continues to do something that he was enjoying. I mean, was he enjoying being there? Did you get to see him when you were in the military?
We were in two different branches. He was more intelligence. I assumed he enjoyed it, but like I said, it's been a while, so I don't rightly know.
Do you miss him?
Oh, a moderate amount, one could say. I don't necessarily miss or crave his attention. Average, shall we say.
Sometimes it's just nice to know that they're doing okay.
Do you have family?
Not like you do. No siblings. My parents are back in Nodenzia. I write to them from time to time. They're doing well, you know, enjoying the water, living out their life. They're rather old at this point.
Also part of the church like yourself?
No, they're meager fishermen, fisherwomen.
No, I'm sure they're proud of you.
I think so. I hope so. She kind of looks quite intently into your eyes and says, I noticed the other day you have the most curious eyes. How did they come to be like that?
He looks around a minute and for a brief second, and then almost like turns away from her, feigning needing to have another sip of water. I was born with them. This
Wow.
is just my eyes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude or stare. It's just that I'm not used to seeing. Well, I'm used to seeing if one is without a clear pupil, they suffer some sort of issue with their sight, but you have perfect vision, do you not?
I see fine.
Oh, and then her eyes flit up to his hair, seemingly some sort of debris in them has got her attention. She says, "Hold still a second," and she puts her hand into your hair, pushes her fingers.
He's gonna like
through.
immediately like wheel around and like want to grab your wrist before you push through.
Okay.
All right.
So I have a chance to
Your
get
wrist
my
is
hand in.
captured a few centimeters away from the hair.
Okay, I can't like see if I can do it quickly. Just like this thing.
Let's do an initiative between you two.
Okay.
See
Your
who's
initiative
quicker.
modifier. -3.
How about my initiative modifier is nothing interesting. How do I do this again?
It's just a 1d20 plus your dexterity.
Yeah. That's like exclamation. Right, was it like R/something? I haven't done this in a long time.
Oh,
Slash
slash
R.
slash R.
Slash
R
R.
space, or you could use the dice
Uh,
icon in the top left and just click it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Plus 2. Yeah.
Oops.
Oops. Snatch.
That is
You're not quick
horrible.
enough.
What are you doing?
And her eyes kind of look from your head down to your eyes. There was something in your hair.
The doors burst open as the steward comes in. Time for breakfast, everybody! Come and join in. We have some delicacies for you today.
Titania quickly has to wake up.
And
Aaron
you're...
gives like Ginevra like a kind of stern stare, and then walks off after the steward.
Oh, they're carrying in a table again. They're in the whole shebang again.
Kaya hearing this will they were kind of in the corner having their breakdown. They'll quickly be like, come on, you gotta get your shit together. And we'll pick up one of the pillows off their bed, walk into Titania's room, and regardless of her state of waking up, chuck it at Titania.
Tanya's putting on her coat and doing up her hair as best she can. And you just boom, chuck it, and it hits the back of her head, and she drops a hair tie. Oh, good morning. What was that for? Just looks. What? You should take us back to the room. We don't want to be rude to the queen. And she chucks it back at you.
At the mention of being rude to the queen, Kaya just holds the pillow for a minute and then just deliberately sets it down on the floor in that room and leaves.
Alright.
Tanya picks it up and places it on her bed, and then goes back to doing up her outfit. And
in a very I'll disrespect who I want kind of
yeah,
way.
Tanya puts on her satchel, finishes her hair, and then bolts out the door, actively rubbing her glasses to clean them as she enters the room.
Alright.
Very
Make a
rushed.
squeaky noise.
Yeah, a little bit squeaky.
Kaya's kind of avoiding looking at Aaron as they enter the room and
Aaron's avoiding looking at Ginevra.
Ginevra is just watching them both
Tanya walks in on this and says, "Good morning, everybody."
Good morning,
Okay.
Titania. Did you sleep well?
Hi. I slept as well as I could, yes. Thank you.
Rather comfy beds.
Very, very fancy. Not what I'm used to. Not what I'm used to at all.
Oh, really?
Okay, let's get some breakfast. And she sits down at the table.
Mm-hmm. Yes. This time we have an assortment of different breads, porridge with some nuts and dried fruit, and we also have some hams and cheeses, some marmalades.
Aaron's gonna like look at the fruits like apples and such, and he's gonna take a few handfuls of them. It says, "I must attend to Zelia. Enjoy your breakfast," and he will go down to the stables.
Alright, okay. You know where it is. You kind of
I know where it is.
You kind of know where the stable master, who the stable master is, and you know they recognize you and they know that you're a little bit doty with your horse, so you know you're shown in the right direction and you spend some quality time with Zelia.
I'll take like my gear, my armor that's like slung off over the back of the chair, and my sword and shield, and head down.
Okay. Alright, you three around the breakfast table?
Yeah.
Kyle looks a little put off by like the amount of food that was brought out for the four of us. But we'll try to eat as healthy as possible again, picking like a balance. Like it's not like despite the abundance, we'll like pick like an amount of food that's like eatable and like digestible properly, and it's very balanced and like also regulated. But like the healthiest options.
Alright.
Titania is pretty slow to start eating. She Acheron's business to take care of, as well as she doesn't really have an appetite considering she just woke up maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, fair.
And so she just patiently and respectfully sits down at the table, looks to Acheron and Ginevra.
I'm assuming the food's not poisoned. It'll make a picture. I'm assuming it's not.
I mean, I will say like this: you check and you don't think there's poisoned.
Okay, well then, yeah, I'll get the indication.
Okay, Titania will eat well, not too much, and there's like just a little bit of, I don't know, something about her expression indicates to you that this meal is just something's running in the back of her head as she eats.
Alright.
Gears are turning.
You mentioned this isn't what you're used to. I mean, I'm sure that it's not what most of us are used to. But do you stay in the academy? Do they provide you rooms, or?
Yes, at one point I did stay in the academy's the department's dorm rooms, but then once I graduated and got an official position as a field researcher, I was able to purchase my own place of living. But I don't really have a lot. The Thousand Gold Pieces is more money than I think I've ever laid eyes on. So I'm used to very practical, regular meals, nothing like this extraordinary. And Titania, she turns to this. Is the stewardess still in the room? Are there any staff members in the room?
Yeah.
They come and go. They try to give you some privacy, but they come and check on you pretty often.
I want to flag down the stewardess. And
yes, dear.
It's just been in the back of my mind. Call it a question of curiosity. What happens to the food after we're done eating it? Clearly, this is not enough for 3. This is more than enough for 3 people to eat, more than any of us could eat in one meal. I was just wondering what happens to the leftovers.
Oh, don't worry, dear. We're not as crazy rich as those folks in Armathane or Kathmir or Crowhill. All of this food gets given to the servants.
That's good to hear. Actually, the stress in her face is actually like she's like, oh wait.
Do I believe that's actually the truth?
Oh, you can do an empathy composure if you want to.
Yeah, can I do a check too?
Yeah, sure. Empathy composure.
Empathy composure.
Yeah. Empathy composure is being vigilant about other people's emotional states.
I hate numbers. Who invented them?
Oh no!
I got no clue.
I mean,
there
there's
20.
What?
Oh, wow.
I do care. Acheron does seem interested in this question.
All right. Hmm. She definitely speaks the truth that the food is given to the servants, and there's both a little bit of bitterness that they are not as rich, but they can just throw it away,
Okay.
but also a bit of happiness that she, as a servant, also gets to partake in the food. So it's like a little bit of pride, a little bit of greed.
Acheron looks a little less put off by all the food now.
It's kind of the same way, does it? Just kind of calms down in her morning meal. You see she kind of idly opens up one of her books and is just flipping through as the meal goes on.
All right.
And I was going to ask, so now you have your own place. That's in Malgrave, yes?
Oh, yes, just on the kind of on the edge of town in Blackburn, as close as I could get to the department itself.
Do you like it there?
Oh, it's lovely. It's just very calm weather, very urban, bustling environment. So much access to books. The department has such a plethora of materials. Even when I don't need to go out on these expeditions to Oldwood or East Creek or Greenfield or anywhere really. Even when I don't have to go out on these expeditions, there's still so much I have access to because of the kindness of the department and giving me access to their records and this position of mine. It's lovely town, lovely city.
It's good you can still find places for quiet to read in such a bustling environment. It doesn't ever weigh you down.
Titania can read anywhere. It's honestly a talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's even when there's so much noise around you, you can just write or read. It's not, yeah, I can appreciate. I really appreciate the bustle of all the people. The freedom of the city streets and just being able to watch and see and learn. There's so much you can learn from just looking at people or being around them. It's a very exciting time, especially compared to some of the smaller places I visited. I love little communities, and they're each like you learn about things like dialects and like new food culture and history in these little villages. But there's something about the big urban environments, just the melting pot, the collective that I adore. But I'm here for everything. I'm just happy to be around. See what I can learn.
It's very clear. It's nice to be around. It's infectious.
Oh, thank you. I get that a lot, actually. People are. I'm glad I could bring a good vibe to the room.
Yes, it started rather confrontational, perhaps. And I turn to Acheron and say, "Are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he? I noticed that you left quite quickly afterwards."
I'm not a fan of people touching my neck. Acheron kind of gives you like a, kind of looks up, and again, there's that long, jagged scar that just circles.
Tanya wasn't awake from the sparring match, so
Yeah.
she just looks very concernedly at Acheron, like, "Are you okay?" Kind of like.
Acheron's the oatmeal's so interesting. Wow. But it's definitely participating in the conversation.
Okay, so the scar on her neck goes all the way around.
Yeah, or at least it starts it fades a little in the back, but it's super prominent here,
Okay.
and it kind of peters out. It's wide and rough. It's maybe hard to tell exactly what made it, but it's faded like it happened a long time ago. But the fact that it's still so obvious, it's clear it was a very traumatic, physically and emotionally injury.
But are you also in the military?
I think, I think Acheron just kind of gives that little half breath, half chuckle response. No, I had a different kind of education.
Just as harsh, I imagine.
There's a reason I'm as good as I am. Let's just say, not many people make it out of where I'm from.
and you wouldn't ever want to go back?
I can't ever go back.
But do you
No.
want to?
No. I'd rather die, honestly. I would die before ever returning.
Well, then let us hope that you won't have to.
Let us hope. Beyond forbid, right?
Indeed.
Well, maybe his guiding light can help me with that a little.
I'm sure it can. If you're willing
If
to
you
see
don't-
it.
If you don't mind my asking, Ginevra, you said you held a bow, right? Did they train priestesses for that? Or I wasn't my history with the church. I wasn't aware they had that sort of martial
No,
training.
Well,
Or
it
is that
was
personal?
It's a sort of combination thing. So when I was younger, I took it up. I was interested in it. I grew up in a small fishing town, and I liked the as a bored kid, trying to spear fishes, and that kind of turned to having a bow. It was far more efficient. And then for missionaries, there's a certain level of risk that we often are taken along with proper protection on any journey. But it's also good if you already have somewhat of an aptitude for it, for them to provide extra training to just keep that up. And so yes, I was provided a certain level of training, but nothing nearly to the point that I'm sure Acheron or Aaron have.
Hey, that's good to know. I was concerned I'd missed something on my studying of the church and how they train priests and priestesses.
No, yes, it's well. I mean,
Personal.
many a priest and priestess do have their own training. Again, martially, it really depends on the priestess, and the work that they'll be asked to do. Missionaries is somewhat a bit more because you are dealing with potentially more hazardous situations and more hostile individuals than in the walls of the chapels and the churches themselves.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
I've been-
considered just not traveling to dangerous places and leaving people alone?
Sometimes it's worth doing something dangerous for things that you believe are right.
I thought about getting myself some training to protect myself, but I've currently found it more productive to have friends and hires along. Thank you, Akron. But I've thought about it. It's always a possibility.
Well,
Just
I'd
in
be happy
case.
to train you in the basics if you like.
I
It's
might
quite
take you
simple.
up on that. Depends. I think the biggest problem is I spend so much time studying and writing and coming up with theories and trying to connect all the dots that I had to fit it in somewhere. And I don't know.
It's,
Well, I'll think about it. Thank you for the offer.
There's a firm double tap on the door.
I'll get up and open it cautiously. Actually, I want to listen before I open the door. Can I,
Make
does
me
it
a
sound like, do I hear the
perception
jingle of
intelligence.
metal?
Make me
Okay.
a perception intelligence.
Okay. I guess if you want a more specifically what I'm listening for, I'm listening for the telltale signs of armor, such as the clinking of metal, or if the person there sounds heavy, I suppose.
Okay.
20 plus. God, my numbers. Oh my god.
Big heavy breathing.
Sorry, I'm trying to. I can't
Stairs.
breathe to save my life. Plus 5. 13.
No, you don't hear any metal. You do hear some very, very faint, grumbling of a man's voice.
I will open the door and just kind of, in all my tiny glory, stand there, probably up at whoever it is.
All right. You see a middle-aged man dressed in pretty fine clothing, some fur. He has a walking stick, a black hat, and he immediately pushes past you like nobody's business. Takes off his hat, puts it against his chest, rests the cane at a little bit of an odd angle, looks to all of you in his noble shoes. Right. Rihanna has granted me, my sirs and madams, a miracle in clearing my schedule for the day for your acquisition and pleasure. My advice, don't squander this opportunity. Wait. 1, 2, 3. There's one missing.
He's with his horse.
His
Yes.
horse.
Mm.
Oh, yes.
Who are you?
Oh. Madame. Sir? Madame? Sir?
Akron just shrugs. Akron just shrugs at him.
Champion, yes.
Sir, it's fine.
Gentle person. And he bows with his hat in his head. I am head steward Borsch Rabinov.
We can spelling on that, please.
Oh god, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ba.
Sounded so Russian.
Barsh,
Borsch.
Barsh.
Borsch
You're right.
Rabinov.
He is
Borsch
now,
Rabinov.
he is now Sir Borsch for the rest of forever.
Borsch.
Borsch.
Barsh.
Borsch.
That's
Borsch.
got it.
Borsch.
Well, he's Borsch now, and with that horrible pronunciation and everything.
You can just call me head steward if you would prefer that. Gentle person.
Well met, Barsh.
Well, Matt, I am Titania, a researcher sent by the development department to assist the queen.
Oh, I know. You're wasting my time.
Okay. You are...
We had questions to Tanya?
Yes, you are the head steward. I assume it is best to come to you with questions?
That's what my schedule has been cleared for.
And I assume you are very well informed of the runnings of this operation, I hope. If not, could you send us somebody?
You could see me as head manager of the castle and the royal family.
That's not what we asked.
But yes, I can point you in the direction of other experts.
Well, He pulls out, flips to a new page in one of her notebooks, and just starts looking through a list. Let's see. What do we think is our number one priority?
I'm at your disposal the whole day.
Wonderful. I think information should be our first operation, though perhaps we should wait for Aaron. Do you want to cut over to what he's doing before we get to
Yes, Kyle asked if there's a way to, can we drag him back here? Or I guess did you send someone for our colleague?
I don't think that's necessary. After all, he's here to protect Titania, so whatever you choose, it makes little difference.
I think we're about to spend an hour asking questions and getting lore, so if you don't want to be there for that, that's up to you.
Hey, you do you. Horse needs brushing.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna
Sure.
say an hour or so in the stable, I guess, Aaron?
I suppose, he could probably do some errands. Brushing a horse for an hour, probably not that wise, but
Maybe you could do a quick scene real quick while I use the restroom.
Okay.
I just want to come back real quick. Is that
Alright.
alright?
Oh, actually, let's go for a break then. If somebody goes to a restroom, let's go for a 5-minute break.
Okay, cool, sure.
Break
That's good time for a break
time!
then.
Break time!
Break time!
Breakdown
That
time!
was a cool sparring scene. I enjoyed that.
That was
Good
really
morning.
Alright, we'll be right back.
Yes, we're gonna get some
after
more water.
these messages, a word from our sponsor.
I have a sponsor?
I don't. You have a sponsor?
No, I don't. Can I have a sponsor?
I don't know how sponsors work. Do you just like start saying stuff like,
No.
"Hey, eat Cocoa Pops," and then you get sponsored by Cocoa Pops?
No, usually they send you emails. Usually they are the one contacting you, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Shady. I would send my soul to like Skillshare.
The Skillshare. Khan Academy.
Yeah.
I'd have Secret Lab be my sponsor.
There we go. I was muted the whole time. No wonder you
How were you
responded.
talking to me? I'm not ignoring you.
No, I was talking into the ether apparently.
Oh, hey, son. Hello. This episode of
Yes,
Asia's Return is sponsored by Paid Shadow Balance.
It's a lot faster than I thought it would be.
Rage.
That's a good initiative modifier.
Mine a +4.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what mine is. Rude.
Mine, my character's a little wacky because there's a lot of things that trigger. He's kind of skilled towards actually wearing armor, but
Yeah.
because like there's a bunch of stuff that happens if he's wearing armor, but not so much if he's armorless.
I'm the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh,
my
yeah.
armor value is absolute crap.
Like, put a
There's-
robe on you and you're just incapable of doing anything.
God dang! I just want
What
to
is
like
this drapery?
can't work in these conditions. I
Yep.
can't function like this. There's just too much fat. It's because they're so small. They just drown in it. It's like, I can't
Like
find my
massive, like
hand.
over the edge of your hands. You're like flapping all the time.
I can't find my damn fist in this robe.
The her weakness.
Continually punch the
Yeah.
robe instead of the actual person. The
Can't
robe takes
work.
damage on the inside.
There's just so much drag. They don't have enough weight to like put behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of Color Guard. Oh my god. Ugh. Terrible memories. But yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I was just trying to think like, okay, just gonna go run around. But then that was a nice ending.
Yeah, I thought it was I saw an opportunity for a good character moment.
It's not like I spent like 15 minutes today or so trying to find a training ground battle map. No, I'm not.
I mean, we can
No?
still go to the training ground and then I can beat people up for real.
If you want.
For coin, for money.
You know, that might be a good way to make money. Actually, we could just like start a fighting ring on the road, like
Fight
travel
club.
through towns, being like a fighting ring scam. Except the scam is we actually know what we're doing.
You're a ringer.
Like the scam is we set up outside the tavern so that the people who fight us are drunk and we're all highly skilled. At least the two of us are highly skilled warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Beating up drunk people for money. This sounds like a good idea.
You release the right amount of cyanide gas in the competitor's like room.
I mean, yeah, I have to. I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna get cyanide. I might have to make it.
Or
It'd
just
be like that.
casually making cyanide.
I mean, I have the capability.
My search history is scary.
Oh, I have a shirt with like a bunch of poisonous flowers on it. I was gonna wear it, but I couldn't find it.
Oh, okay.
It's very sad.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, as someone who's also has a hobby in dangerous substance studying, yeah, research history is real funky. You're probably on a watch list.
Very sus.
Yeah, I think so too. Yoi got very angry at me because he shouted at me the other day. Becky, why do I have a recommended video on YouTube about what cyanide smells like?
I mean, is it
Every
cyanide
writer
or the
searches
other
for
one
it.
that most people can't smell? It's cyanide, right? Cyanide's the one. Is it arsenic or cyanide? I think it's cyanide most people can't smell.
It has a very faint. It depends from person to person. Some people say it's a bitter almond smell.
There's a genetic thing that some people can't smell it.
And other people say it smells like a wet, like chlorine, changing room. When you have a pool with all the chlorine in it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a
It has that
genetic
smell.
thing whether or not you smell the bitter almonds or not. Like they trace it to like an actual gene.
Oh damn.
Ah.
Damn. The more you know with Asia's return. Let's continue.
Right.
So your Aaron is just hiding a little bit with Celia in the stables.
Not hiding. He's not hiding at all. He recognizes that he has to, prepare for the likelihood that we might have to
Sure.
move.
Mm-hmm.
Like something's hiding inside.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily call it. Maybe he's sulking a little bit because, getting away from someone who doesn't ask for consent.
Yikes.
But he's not gone for like a huge amount of time. He's just merely separating the tension and just like thinking, okay, what the heck was that? And yeah, Zulu's been on her own for like a day as well. So
True.
Thank you, helps.
Borch.
Lord.
Mr. Rabinov.
Yes.
Leans his head out and shouts down the hallway, echoing, "Can somebody inform the man in the stables that I have arrived? Thank you!" Turns back to you all with like an expectant look. Yes.
Yes. So, first, it is my understanding that we are going to be using fake identities for a large portion of this operation. Do you have identities already prepared for us, or is that our job to come up with on our own?
I heard Elka talk about a few alternatives, and she wanted it to be up to you what you would be comfortable with. So we're definitely visiting. No, actually, she's visiting you.
Is Elga the scoutmaster?
Indeed, priestess.
Can we get a spelling for that name, please?
Yeah, well, yes, it's an L. E is an L. It's a K. It's an A.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Elga.
Elga.
Okay.
Elga.
I spelled it ELCA in my first one.
I'm glad to know I'm the only one that put an I in that name.
We're no
We all
darn
spelled it
southerners
differently.
here. And we use K in the north.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll save the questions about the identities for her, him, them.
It's a her.
Is she bringing the servant with her?
Yes, I heard from Her Majesty that you would like to speak to Yavor. So we're bringing him with us as well. But Elka informed me that she did not want you guys to be visiting her. She's coming to you.
Understood. GM, could we get a spelling for the servant's name?
Oh god. It's a G, a Y, it's an E, it's a V, it's an O, it's an R.
Yeah, boy. Got it. thank you.
Yevor. Okay.
All right. So,
being literate.
let's see. I wanted to talk about our destination potentially. We have been instructed to examine the Seda Valley, as well as there may be potential infiltration into the city of Alderhold, in search of information about our objective. I want to. Are there any? I understand that law is a bit flexible across the territories of Alderhold. Are there any laws or social norms we should know about specifically in regards to the Alderhold region, or just the region controlled by the Ravenmoors?
The Easterners are usually even more harsh and distrusting than us Westerners are. I say do not piss anybody off.
Good.
And do not expect too much refinery.
How do they feel about weapons? As from what I could tell, we currently have 3 people carrying weapons openly. Should that be something to be avoided?
Weapons are more common in those parts, but it's also an open message. For better or worse. They can spark competition or warn.
Are
Sure.
Straza, am I saying that correctly? A heavy presence in that part?
Strasa, well, the crown's guards and military officers have all been ejected from the area or turncoat. No Strasa. Or at least Strasa that you can rely on. Those fucking bastards.
But the methods that they use might still be in play in the area.
There might be some Strasa indeed, and the way that we have trained them. But do you know of the methods of the Strasa, gentle person?
Nothing from personal experience. And Akron will just give like the fakest, like obvious, like kind of that. It's probably more off-putting than if they had just not done it.
Gives you a scowl.
I want to ask about do we have any established contacts or allies that we should reach out to while we're there? Either among the citizens, among the Queen's men, among the church, in that area?
We haven't heard anybody send us any messages or letters above the mountain chain since the Ravenmoors took over a few years ago. Good luck with finding allies. There might still be some there who still believe in the crown. But we have no information if they're still there.
But you have the names of who they might be if they're still alive?
Well, all of the nobles of Ike and other Holt and Fenby have all been executed.
Good to know.
We haven't heard anything from any kind of servants of households, any stewards, or advisors, or scoutmasters.
What about bastard children?
From what we've heard, the Ravenmoors are pretty good at what they do when they track down all the important people inside of the town and either make them change side or execute them. At least what we heard about Alderholt before Ike fell.
Do you alternatively have a list of any previous contacts who you know have changed sides, maybe?
We can
No,
provide you a list of all the civil servants in the former households in both Fenby, Ike, and Alderholt. It can be arranged by the end of the day.
Yes, please, thank you. We will take that. Let me write that down.
Are bastard children common were they common amongst the noble houses in that area? Unofficially, of course. Please don't give me some official bullshit. It would really just waste both of our times.
Bastard children are pretty common in all corners of Oldwood. Where people tend to have strong wills, marriages tend to be rocky. But they are usually adopted by the... if the adulterer is the ruler of the area, they're usually adopted if they're their bastard children. Otherwise, they are otherwise adopted into the other family of the partner of the ruling person of the area. Usually it's not that much of a problem here. We don't care too much about bastards.
I was just asking because there would be a chance that a noble child might have escaped the whole execution thing, but if they're widely accepted, that's probably not likely, and they're probably horribly murdered as well. Do you know how they were all executed? Like, was it all at once or slowly?
From what we have heard, it's pretty public.
Oh. Any other information, like methods, or?
Well, from the state of these executioners, seems to have been torture beforehand and then a quick end in front of a crowd.
Impressive. And terrible. Clearly.
Barbaric.
Yes.
Any... Oh.
Go ahead, sorry.
I wanted to know, are there any... Other than the Ravenmoors themselves and people directly aligned with them, or even in that, if you can give us more specifics, but any enemies or potential threats we should be watching out for in specifics, or people, locations, organizations?
I haven't concerned myself too much with that area ever since they decided to fuck off. I would say that you should talk to head advisor Di Alberte.
Could we get a spelling on it? No?
Albarate. That's what they say. Yes. Ne? B.
So, yeah. Okay. Let me mark that down as who to ask about that. And also, and this is perhaps maybe more information for the Spy Master, but I'll ask you again anyways. Do we have expected places of lodging already set up in the region, or are we expecting to find that ourselves?
It depends upon the smoke screen that you want to be utilizing, madame.
Understood.
Not to head back to this topic, but I guess on the reign of the Raven Wars, how long ago did the hostile takeover happen? With all the nobles being executed, and how long did that period last specifically, the takeover?
8 years ago, they took over Fenby. Then about a year after that, Alderholt, and then a year after that, Ike. And then they seem to have been consolidating their power and their borders for all these years. They paid taxes to the church and allowed Strassa to still work the law until for about 2 years ago.
And I notice on the maps, which we would like a physical copy of the map, please. They have access to a port city. Do you know if they have Akron's gonna like wave at Tia for the word, because I in character have forgotten this word. What's the word for the money thing? How people society money
Imports?
Currency?
Exports?
The currency.
Trade?
Economy,
economics.
trade.
Economics?
There we go. Do they have... Fuck me.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
So kind of struggles for a minute and then like goes, economic allies, importing, exporting, are they allied with anyone to use that for resources?
Well,
Do they trade with anyone else? That was the question I was trying to get to.
gentle person, we have gotten reports actually from both Birchdale and Elpstone that we have seen Stormholm ships travel up the coast.
No wonder the church is pissed.
Only
there-
the big Stormholm ships can bear the brunt of these dangerous seas for a longer amount of time.
Is it believed that all trace of any church presence there has been destroyed as all the nobles were? Is it thought that there will be no church contacts there, that at least will be not underground or killed?
Albarate will probably know more of these reports, but in general, I've heard that there has been a few priests who have made it across the mountains being run out of their churches.
Maybe they'll know more about those who may be left behind.
Oh yes, the mountains.
It was usually they come. The priests and the priestesses were run out of the churches before the Ravenmoors entered into the village and changed the way things are done. And therefore, we don't have too much information from the priests or priestesses as well. You see our predicament.
Mm-hmm.
Have you received any threatening messages or warning signs from the Ravenmoors or related parties as to the priests or parties you've sent before, such as like having heads mailed back to you or something like that?
Well, not any physical proof like that, but there has been strong letters of leave us be whenever we send in a party.
Do these parties just disappear or do you get bodies back?
We do not get any bodies, so we do not
So-
know if they are dead, imprisoned, or worse.
This is similar to the king's situation.
Yes.
Was anyone of that party recovered?
No, except for Yevor, who traveled in front of the retinue of the king. But you will hear it from his own mouth.
That's all Akron has. So Akron's going to sit back down by Titania. Pop like, I don't know, just like berries or something. Eat a little bit more. seeming a little more still listening, but less actively paying attention.
So we do not know how long this operation might go. Depends on how much our ease of access to information, if we can get what we need in the valley, or if we have to infiltrate Alderholt, maybe we have to hold down the fort there for some time. Access to funds while we are out there. I understand that the Queen will be providing us with enough money to purchase the necessary supplies to get there, but in the case of a sustained operation, what is our money situation going to be?
Once again, Madame, it depends upon your preferred alternative identity. What would make sense, what kind of funds you would be traveling with. But, indeed, there is no way that we are able to support you when you're across the mountains. At that point, you will be on your own.
Understood.
You will also receive a official royal letter stamp that you can use to send messages free of charge as fast as possible back to Oakheart. But this is a dangerous thing to keep on your person if you are in enemy territory, so...
We don't know what the reliability of the postal system is going to be like whilst we're out there.
Absolutely. But I have heard that in that regard, there has been a miracle that has been left in Priestess Ginevra's hand, a miracle of Rion's word.
Yeah, so do I need to
Would
instruct
Tanya know the name of that spell?
Yes,
Just-
Titania knows one.
Tanya knows now. Okay. She's
I
gonna,
think both of us couldn't understand it.
just gonna put a big
Yes.
check mark on that old note.
Background doesn't
Tanya-
react.
Titania keeps herself composed, but like looks over at Geneva and is like, I
Do I
see
need
that is
to-
good to know.
instruct the Queen on how to use it? I was planned to do that before, but she was unwell.
I remember that Cardamom Lumina says that you shouldn't worry, they're going to send somebody else to do it.
Okay.
So you don't have to.
Cool.
Promise it's already happened.
Okay, cool.
Is that question about lore? Is that spell common knowledge, or would someone who like wasn't involved with the church have no idea what that spell is?
I wouldn't say it's rare knowledge, and I wouldn't say it's common knowledge. I would say there's something in between. Not everybody care too much to remember all of these miracles and what they do. But if you do have a good enough education, you probably know the most common Rihannish miracles, and both in paper form, and priest form, and in liquid form.
Right.
Yeah, this is just for roleplay later. I'm sure, regardless of how they act, kind of knows what the spell is.
But I wouldn't say that, every normal people on the street know every miracle and their name and what they do and how it functions.
Right.
No.
Okay, cool.
It's not common knowledge, but anybody who is interested or educated in the subject
Can find
could
out.
remember if they
Yeah.
chose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Perhaps this is not your domain of expertise, but since we are looking into something folklore related, folklore adjacent, is there any local legends or folklore of the eastern regions of Oldwood that we should know about that may hold some clues or hints?
There's a lot of folklore.
I know. I mean, well, here's a better question. If you don't know personally, could we perhaps have access to your libraries and records to search through?
Yes, with under the supervision of head advisor de Albarate.
Oh.
Her Majesty puts a lot of importance into this mission.
She certainly seems interested in the shiny rock. Speaking of which, is that valley known for something? Does it have a specific resource that it's known for? Maybe have other shiny rocks come from it?
A reason we would have to be there.
But just a reason to expect something. Unless it's important, it surprises me that this rock just brought in from this valley. Isn't it that valley sort of out of the way of their territories? Unless I'm wrong.
It's a bit of a no man's land in between our two territories. The mountains are not easily traversable. Nor are there many people making their homes in it. As for artifacts of the darkness and of devils, well, we haven't had those for a very long time, since the beginning of the Empire. It's uncommon for them to pop up these days. As you say.
Are there mines in the area?
Axminster is our primary mine. They have access to several mines. Their specialty is silver.
But are there any? Do we know if there are any in Seda Valley specifically?
Seda Valley holds little interest. In fact, the whole area is of little importance because of the mountains. It's often landslides and avalanches in the area. It's very dangerous. Not a good place to start a mine.
Good to know about the natural dangers. Thank you.
Kai gets kind of like a faraway look.
And there are no known traveling groups or nomadic groups that make their home in that valley.
The valley is not as big as you think it is. There might be nomadic people traveling all around in the mountains, but I have not heard of any such groups. So they probably not that important.
So
A
we'll be
nomad
fairly
or two.
alone if we go there.
Very alone.
All right, that can be useful.
And we will have access. I know my companion asked this earlier, but I just want to confirm. We will have access to printed maps of the eastern region and Oldwood at large on this journey.
Yes, it's being handled for you.
Thank you.
It's being copied by hand. Takes a while.
So if this valley's not important, then why the fuck was someone in this valley there long enough or hard enough to find a supposedly dangerous devil rock to bring back to the Raven Lords?
I think that's one of the questions we're being asked to answer. Oh, in his opinion. Okay.
Yeah, in your opinion, why the fuck would someone be in that valley long enough to find a shiny rock of this kind of importance?
He makes a few circles with his hand, holding the hat in the air, of like trying to clear the air and think in the same time. Gentle person, it's not the kind of questions that I concern myself with. Elka is the one who look at risk modules.
I didn't think shiny rocks were usually very risky, but good to know where we stand.
Well, I heard hear her say that she had kind of a theory for the worst case scenario. Something about being led.
I don't think I have any more questions for you personally at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Robinoff. for your assistance. We really appreciate it.
Good. Well, I will be in the eastern wing the whole day. I will just be down the hallway, second to the left. There's a little study there. I hope to do a little bit of work in the meantime. Gotta catch up.
Do you know when we should expect Elka to arrive, seeing as she will be coming to us?
Yes. She told me around lunch.
How long is that? Some of us were hoping to do shopping depending on the answers to her questions.
Probably have a few hours.
Yes. Well,
Requires some time.
Titania with her keen mind.
Tani would know, yeah.
Ah, yes. Always knows what time it is.
It's probably about 9 in the morning right now,
Got it.
and lunch
So a
will
few
be like
hours.
12. So, yeah,
Mm.
a little bit less than 3 hours.
Well, whilst we have time, could you point us in the direction of Vivai's Aberrate?
Yes, she's in the records of the castle where all the scribes are. Just ask a servant and they will show you there. She's expecting you.
Excellent, thank you.
Yay, more books.
Titania eyes Acheron with a little grin and finishes her writing her notes.
If we're going to be going around, I'll need to get myself ready.
Perhaps you should pick up Aaron on the way.
I'm sure Aaron
Sure.
would love to come look at the books with us.
Well, I think it's still important information that he probably wants to know.
You
I
don't
would
think
like
he's
to-
much of a man for books?
Titania, I'm literally just teasing you. I'm actually fucking with you.
Okay, good. We'll find Aaron. I think he seems like he is a man who appreciates security and knowledge in his operations. I assume he'll want to know all of this.
Right.
Okay. Can we find
You
Aaron?
know where to find me.
Thank you, Mr. Robinoff. We will come to you with more questions should we have them.
He bows
I
again
appreciate all your help so far.
with his hat, and then strolls out with his room with his third leg.
All right.
As soon as he's gone and there's no servants, Akron's gonna be like, "Oh, weird man," just under their breath, very quietly.
Oh
So
yeah.
it's you.
He was a little rude, but I appreciated all the information he provided us.
Nobles give me hives.
Is he a
I think-
noble?
He has
Looks
a
like a
head-
noble.
He's the head steward. I guess he's
I
a
mean-
steward.
nobility or not, he sure as hell acts like one.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
He's either
Certainly dresses like one.
presenting above his station or he is a noble. Either way,
Mm.
I take issue.
He was
Flex-
extremely helpful, extremely
Yeah.
knowledgeable. Far more than I
Indeed.
would have thought a steward would know.
The queen doesn't exactly seem to guard her information well. I mean, I
They're
did
very
ask
open.
her if she had a spy, and she could have just said no and instead told to tell a complete stranger that yes, in fact, that man was a spy. So I don't really
I
think
mean-
security's their forte.
If did he seem to know that about the importance of the rock? I mean, he knows about the devil artifact. I would have thought that they would want to keep the specifics of that under wraps, but even the steward seems to know.
Again, the queen told a complete random stranger that she'd never met, that she revealed the identity of a spy, her own spy, to a complete random stranger. Again, I
Mhm.
don't think security is their forte.
Hmm.
That's not like she could have said no, and I'd have absolutely no way to do anything about it.
Well, either
Not entirely reassuring, seeing as
she-
we're wanting to try and do this undercover.
she trusts us implicitly, or
She's an idiot.
something's going wrong
Oh, that
one way
too.
or the other.
Hmm.
Well, I hopefully it's just that she's desperate and in need of people with as much information as possible. But I can appreciate being given as much information as possible. That's kind of my job, is getting that information. So being given it freely is very nice. Let's go find the records.
I'll need some time to prepare.
Got it. I'm gonna
And
wait for you.
Yeah, take
you.
your time.
All right.
Yeah.
Prepare for the
Goes
day.
into a room.
Dress up.
Akron is gonna talk to
Whilst-
Titania where Ginevra
Yeah.
goes
Oh?
and gets ready.
Okay.
Yeah, whilst it's after Tanya looks to Akron and just very quietly whispers, "Are we being conned? I think we might be being conned.
By who?
Someone?
This,
They're being.
I don't
they're
know how to
being
answer.
I won't say we're being trusted implicitly, but I feel like they're being too open with this information.
I think they're just stupid, but yeah, that could be an option. I mean,
Let's prepare for all possibilities. You know, there is that quote from that one philosopher: "Never attribute to malice what could be attributed to stupidity." Which, while never is a strong word, you might be right.
I prefer play stupid games, win stupid prizes, but yeah, that one works too. I think the answer, truthfully, if I'm not just being rude for my own amusement, is that the queen is a grieving widow with a power problem, and her kingdom is being taken over by nobles with their own ambitions, however large scale or small they might be. And the church doesn't like the church doesn't like it when people decide to take away the toys they're trying to steal. So the church is in on this, and the queen doesn't like the church, trying to take her power. I think it's a bunch of megalomaniacs with emotional issues who are not well regulated and unused to large scale intrigue such as this. So I think everyone's making mistakes.
This is just noble politics. This is like me being 10 years old all over again, watching my dad do his work. My father, I mean, he probably made the same mistakes as this. Honestly.
Probably. Most people who grow up in power tend to assume that they will always have it.
Yeah.
Not you, of course. You're like the exception.
I mean, I didn't even growing up in power, I didn't really have that much power, and the power I did have was like, immediately taken away from me. But so it's a bit of a different story, a bit of a different narrative.
I just meant you're one of the good ones. It was supposed to be a compliment, but I seem to have failed.
No, I appreciate the kind words, Kaya. Thank you.
My advice is I don't know which I prefer, that this is some big con to try and catch us out and everyone's in on it, or that they're just stupid. Both are equally dangerous for us, so just remain on your guard.
I will. Fortunately, we do have Aaron with us, and he is reliable, discreet, doesn't really get along with the church. I think he'll be a reliable ally in this situation.
How much do you trust him? If your life depended on it? Because it might.
More than 99% of people, that's for sure.
Considering who we are, that's not much
I know,
to go on.
I know. He's worked with me on an operation with similar circumstances, albeit with a little bit less nobility intrigue than this one. Devil artifact and all, or rumors, really, nothing as strong as like an actual physical object, just rumors of activity. So I think we can trust his discretion here.
Well, we will be in the presence of friends, so.
All right. You finish up?
Yeah,
Meet up?
I plait my hair,
Mm.
get on my proper clothes, put on my headband,
Nice.
put on my lip gold stuff.
Expensive.
Pigment.
And you guys head through the eastern wing, past a number of hallways, staircases, down onto the courtyard to a separate building that is against like the walls of the castle, which is a large stone and wood building, the stables. You're shown, your way to a specific place inside of the stable where you can see Aaron. Do you softly speak to Celia?
No.
No.
More like body language, predicting certain movements and stuff. We almost read each other just by looking and reacting.
What is Aaron doing when the rest of the people arrive?
He's just finishing up, because it's been a while. He's just finishing up plaiting the mane of Zelia, because it can get unruly at times if the expectation is to head off earlier than expected. He likes to be prepared. And while she is a pretty white horse, function is also a requirement in certain circumstances.
Yes. You also had a castle lad that ran up to you and informed you that where the head steward is and where you can find him. Yeah, where you can find him, and that he is to your disposal.
I give him a quick nod and continue preparing Zelia.
All right.
Rest of us alright?
Yeah,
The rest of you alright? Yeah.
Akra will again, I guess the other two probably noticed this, especially because we have some very observant people in this party. Akra walks very lightly. You probably don't notice that you don't really pick up their footsteps until we reach the stables, where Aaron might be, and then they intentionally, and then you, start hearing this, and you're like, wait, have I not been hearing them this whole time? It's probably when you kind of notice just how light they actually walk, and they make their footfalls very audible in the stable as they approach Aaron.
Use this, Aaron. We're here to gather ourselves. We're about to meet with the Queen's advisor in the records room, and figured we should come check up on you beforehand.
No, I need not any babysitters. I'm ready and at your disposal when you are prepared to leave. It seems like at this point you are merely finding information, are you not? Or collecting some sundries and such from the stores nearby. But I arrive and am ready to leave at the same time, so...
I think
Would you like... Oh, go ahead.
I think having your knowledge of the land to aid our question asking might be more beneficial. So, because none of us know the area at all, so we wouldn't know what questions would be best to ask.
Certainly. I will accompany you if that is what you require, Titania.
We would very much appreciate it, and I would like you to be here to ask questions and hear the answers and potentially provide us with your own interpretations and information. The more ears, the more minds working on a problem, the better. Really. Thank you.
In my experience, there aren't that many people that are from the city that are roaming around in the forests. You're either from the forest or you're from the city, so I'm not entirely sure if the information you get given from people from within the cities is going to be entirely accurate until you're out there, so I guess whatever you've heard so far, take it with a grain of salt.
We've heard literally nothing. The steward told us that he didn't quite care enough to know the questions we were asking for the most part.
Fair enough. But, question here is, are we expected to leave today or not?
I don't think so. Considering we're not meeting with the spy master until lunch, so we won't be able to confirm our identities to know what we need until then.
And it seems that they're still drawing up the maps for us by hand. That should only be ready by the end of the day.
We're waiting on maps.
Maps.
We're
Oh,
waiting
really?
on civic records. I don't know. I think though they could just procure that.
Always with
Yeah, no,
bureaucracy slowing things down.
Indeed. But I
Actually-
doubt we'll be leaving today.
We also
Oh.
figured you'd want to pick who you're going to be, since you might have to be them for a long time.
I'm not entirely sure a secret identity would aid me that much, not where we're going.
Are you that well known?
I can be in some circles. I've
Well,
been...
bringing you's a terrible choice.
Depends on the circle.
I'm not necessarily suggesting that it's a bad thing to be recognized where we're going.
Quick
What do you mean?
question.
Did you get us allies, maybe? Is that what you're suggesting?
It's hard to say. There's a lot of movement going over east. I've been in the forest for a while, though, so it's a question of who we bump into. I guess you could say I could be an extreme of positive or negative, depending on who we meet.
And you have no idea of which way it may go.
But it depends
Too
on who we bump
unpredictable.
into. I mean, there are certain groups out there that I am known within, and there are certain groups that I am searching for too. I wonder if this steward that you spoke to, did he mention the blackbirds at all?
No.
We did not know. Would you mind informing us of them? As much information as we could get, we could use.
This is more information from me, really, I suppose, but the blackbirds are, well, for lack of a better term, a bandit group. At least, that's what they started out to be. I've heard whispers on the wind that have, small birds saying that they seem to be doing well for themselves. Don't know exactly why.
Interesting.
Last I heard, they were, well, involved in trafficking around Orion's Point. I don't know if we'll bump into them, but since we're going that way, it's likely. So if you have heard any information about the blackbirds, I too would be interested to hear that.
Perhaps we shall ask around. Now that we know to ask. Thank
Well,
you.
like I said, I'm not entirely sure people within the city walls would actually know, unless you find someone who's recently come from the forest and survived.
Yes, let's just ask about a dangerous human trafficking ring. I'm sure that'll go really well to Tanya.
So these are one of the groups that you wish to pass, but would be dangerous to do so, especially allies.
I'm not entirely sure how well known I am amongst the blackbirds, whether they know of my reputation or not. There's another group that would be more favorable. Their name are the Liberated Wolves. I guess we just have to figure out who we meet and make sure we meet the right people. And I'm here to make sure that you meet the right people, and not those that are potentially going to cause conflict.
You know of particular areas or paths that the Liberated Wolves would tend to tread so that we can put ourselves in the way of them?
It's not as clear cut as it is with writing it on paper, priestess. It's fluctuating and ever moving in the forest, a living organism. Just have to be flexible. I hope you are.
Oh,
I can be. Are these wolves also a bandit group?
They began as such. See, Oldwood isn't exactly as well structured as I've heard of places down in the south. We live our lives each day and kind of like it that way.
So, how many
No,
of
they
you
just
have
travel.
ever actually done undercover stuff? Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry,
Sorry, I missed that because you were talking at the same time.
I was just curious if they began as a bandit group, how are they continuing if not as a bandit group?
Well, it depends on how you define bandit group there, priestess.
So they are a bandit group then. You just
I
went with
wouldn't.
morals.
No, it's more like,
If you have
to me, a bandit group is a matter of size.
That is the weirdest way to define the bandit group I think I have ever heard in my entire life.
Well, if you encountered
So
an entire city filled with, quote, bandits, are they considered a bandit group?
No, they're considered a bandit city, in which case I don't think how do you define a bandit group would be my qualifying statement.
If they're in a city, are they bandits still?
Do they follow the law?
Well, whose law?
The law of the... I'm not playing semantic games with you.
Okay, so this is, I assume from your implication that this is a somewhat structured town or settlement run by people, outlaws.
So they're organized crime.
Let's just say they get what they need rather than focus on trying to put, constructs in place here. Let's say these are just groups of people.
Because you are the one who defined them as beginning as a bandit group, so I was interested in how you define them now.
Now, I would define them as free folk, free thinkers. It's hard to say exactly. I mean, you have to put your morals aside to some of their decisions sometimes.
I'd be interested to meet them.
No. Absolutely not.
Sorry,
It's a
that's me
different
laughing more than
culture!
ever.
Why would I not be interested?
No.
So have any of you ever done... I'm not even... Actually, I'm just going to say a statement and you can tell me if I'm wrong. None of you have ever done an undercover job in your life?
Not like this.
Not never operating under a fake identity. I mean, you know. Yeah.
I've never needed to operate under a fake identity. But covert operations have been a thing.
Laid low in your life? Been inconspicuous, maybe?
I'm entirely inconspicuous. He says, standing 2 meters tall with gold knives.
Titania also nods, saying, yeah, she's trying to be inconspicuous.
There is a time to be...
Okay, I won't answer that.
Let's just say it served me far better being bold in who I am rather than pretending to be anyone else I'm not.
Wonderful. That's not going to help you here, and that is the worst way to go about this mission.
Unless you can find allies.
We can be open to possibilities.
Yeah, unless you can... Okay. We have been tasked to go into a place where they have tortured and murdered all the people with actual power in their area. So, sure, be yourself if you want. If they can torture nobles openly, I'd love to see what they could do to you.
I think that they would have less problem with people who don't have as much power.
That's... yeah, until we start looking into their business. Which is the entire point of this mission.
The point of the mission is the gem.
Yeah, getting information about the gem, which is their business. If they truly believe it's a devil artifact, I don't think they'd want to give that up, do you? Unless your plan is to get a bunch of your friends and walk into their castle and go, hello, yes, I am here for your devil gem. If you would hand it over nicely, we'd very much appreciate it, thank you.
There is something to be said enacting like oneself rather than trying to be secretive at all times. That can give off a very suspicious impression. Sometimes acting as yourself can be more trustworthy.
Do you plan to act as yourself, priestess of Rion, going into the place where the people have killed or kicked out all the people who are priests and priestesses of Rion?
I do. I'm not defined purely by my priestlyhood. I can be myself without having to speak of Rian.
I hope so.
He says, standing there wearing priestly garbs.
I'm just saying, you don't have to be completely someone else, but I kind of like fidgets in agitation. It's clear they're like struggling maybe to put their words together properly or get their idea across. I am not speaking well. I just mean that if you are easily recognizable, it is more easy to kill you. So perhaps putting effort into being a little more inconspicuous. Be as much yourself as you want. Be as much yourself as you want. Don't be so much yourself that they can follow you out to torture you and leave your mangled body in the woods.
Of course.
Something tells me that you've encountered people before with great power that you choose to hide away as a default rather than believe in your own power.
If that were true, perhaps being myself perhaps not being myself would be the safest option.
Well, then don't be yourself. But don't expect us to, or expect myself to, be anyone other than I know who I am. If it means that I am tortured, well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, but you're not the only one gonna be tortured, are you? There's 3 of us with you, and your shit comes back on us. Do not get her
I'll make
murdered.
sure that you are safe.
I'm not the one I'm concerned about. Cairo was pointing at Titania while, lecturing.
You two are both correct in your approaches to this because they fit the way that you work best. Trying
Correct.
to take on the others will only lead to being unnatural, and that will lead to suspicion. I get the understanding that both of you, she continues, I get the understanding that both of you have knowledge, skill, and experience in this area, and I think there should be trust in that from all sides. I trust you both to do what works best for you. I will try to follow your lead, as I'm sure Titania will also.
I think we should save the conversation for when we know more. Honestly, I think getting information should be our first priority. I'm wondering why we're talking philosophy right now instead of heading to the records room.
Well, this is the thing here. This is my backyard.
I suppose so. My apologies.
You're the ones figuring out new information. Go ahead.
Aaron says this as you're, all standing there inside of the stables with Celia, just this white horse that just calmly looks at all of you. Smell of urine and horse defecation is just wafting through the area. We have this philosophical discussion in this area.
It is maybe your backyard, but this is also her bread and butter. Let's try and use the knowledge from both to achieve what we can.
There's daggers at Acheron.
Acheron just looks at you impassively, kind of lightly folds their arms and shrugs their shoulders. Doesn't contribute any further.
Is this Celia, by the way?
Yeah,
She never looks quite taken aback, just very much.
How does Celia look like?
You have the photo.
Yeah, no, for the class. For the class!
For the class. Zelia is a pure white Frisian style horse. Not exactly a Frisian, but certainly a horse ridden for war, with a strong posture, and currently her long curly mane is tied up in almost very tight plaits that look somewhat uncomfortable as they pull the skin a little. She has a black bridle with golden trimming, saddlebags on the butt, ready to go just in case, and a military saddle.
Ginevra looks at her admiringly, looking over her. You see her kind of step forward, but then stop herself and just say, "She's beautiful." Though, if I may say, your plaiting is perhaps a little tight. I would know.
She can take it.
As you say. She looks a little sad. Shall we go to the records then?
I think so, yes.
As you wish.
All right.
Titania leads or flags down a steward or stewardess to lead them.
Yes. Yeah. You find your way to a. It's not in the. It's like on the ground floor, like the scribe area, because it needs to be easily available for people coming in and going. And you're shown to a specific office in the area. There's you look past several rooms where there are scribes sitting and working together, copying things and writing down different reports. There are big folders and books everywhere, whatever the machinery that a crown and the country of this size might require.
I have a character question. Do they have printing presses? I guess this is also in character. Or is the printing press even invented yet?
No, there's no printing press. That's why books are very, very expensive.
Right. Yeah.
Everything is hand copied. Takes a while. Ooh. Yes, you're shown to a specific office. There's the steward that's with you. Knocks on the door, announces who you are, and then the door is opened by a little bit younger, middle-aged woman. A bit darker, I would say olive-skinned. Dark, luscious, dark brown hair. Yes.
Would you be the Queen's advisor de Albarate?
Yes, I'm head advisor to Pellegrina di Albarate. Right. You were supposed to come here. Do
Yes,
you
we have.
prefer to have this conversation inside of my office, or do you want us to return to your guest quarters?
We can do it right here, if that's alright.
Well, I don't have any tea
Or in the office.
Perhaps in the office, yes.
Yes. She opens the door to show this very organized space. There's bookshelves from ground to ceiling, the staircase that you can move so she can reach higher because she's not the tallest woman, and a hefty oaken table in the middle with a lamp. It's pretty dark in there. A little bit of a musty smell. She probably spends hours in here.
Titania just kind of takes in the atmosphere, appreciating the space, being very familiar with this sort of.
Yeah, it feels good for Titania.
Feels very much like home. We have, as you know, we've been tasked by the Queen with her current predicament. And we have some questions we were hoping to ask you, if you don't mind.
Yes, I was informed that you would, perhaps come by and disturb my work for today.
Hopefully we won't be too long, too much of a bother.
Then let it be
I guess-
done.
I guess I should begin then. Heck, what questions did I mark down for her? If somebody else wants to go first.
She leans against the table, with her butt against the table, and brings out like a small notebook and a little bit of a pen, preparing herself to write down any notes that she requires from you guys.
I was told to speak to you about the priests that had made it across the mountains. Any information that they might have given, any hint of why they or how they had to leave, any likelihood of there being allies from the church still inside the area.
Yes, there have been a handful of priests and priestesses that have made it over. There was a specific report, 3C. Yes, I wrote it at 12:04 at the 13th of Rirek. And, there's an extreme amount of recall that is being
quite a
shown
memory.
here. Yes, a particular priest made it over the mountain chain without too much damage, and immediately did a very informative record for me. Mr. Daniel. Well, there was quite a lot of details, some important for me and some are not. Are there anything specific that you want to know?
Would we be able to see the report?
Well, yes. But be careful. I want it back in pristine condition
course.
before you leave. She gives you a little bit of an iron gaze of like, don't fuck with my papers.
Yeah.
Tanya empathizes.
She is pristine. It's like she knows how to do things carefully, handle things with care.
She makes a note in her notebook. It will be brought up for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes. So, I understand that we are, essentially wandering into enemy territory. Do you know any specific potential threats we should be on the lookout for? This is one of the questions that I wrote down that said would best be safe for you.
Well, the forest is not always that well protected by Astrasa, considering the amount and the size of it and the amount of roads that lead to settlements that we are in direct control over. There are many different illegal activities from different groups. The largest that I've heard reports about is, of course, the liberated wolves who work both inside of Greenfield and of Oldwood. They are a part of the human trafficking ring that move people from the war-scarred and no-man's land areas of Greenfield over into Oldwood and then over the mountain chains towards the eastern coast for some reason. Then, of course, there's been some rumors about a new and upcoming group that have gained a lot of resources and seems to be in some way connected to the Raven Moors as they take the humans that are moved from Greenfield to the mountain chain, and then the Black Bears, as they're called, take them over the mountain chain to the Raven Moors. But we don't know the method of this delivery anymore, as the mountain pass has been occupied by us.
Mountain Pass has been occupied, you say?
Yes, it's been shut off. A temporary fort has been built in a chokehold on our side, and no trade or movement is allowed over it. In the past, there were some coin being put in certain pockets that these people seemingly they're not Oldwoodian. They were allowed to be moved through Oldwood and to the Raven Moors. It was seen more of a economical advantage rather than it outweighed the effort of trying to stamp it out. And then there are various numbers of different bandit groups and rises and falls every day. And on the other side of the mountains, of course, you have the Ravenmoor's new military force that they've been using. Probably some defected Strasa, but there is also rumors of them building their own forces. Yes, the way that they took over Ike have given us a little bit of information, but came from non-military personnel, so it was very limited. But there has been a very worrisome news that this military force might be have some devilish tricks up their sleeve. There's been reports about these new guards and soldiers being able to do things that normal people shouldn't.
Miracles, so to speak.
Well, the opposite of that, yes.
What's the opposite of a miracle?
Something that do not come from Rion.
Oh, right. Huh. You say so.
May I ask about... Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Is there anything further that you can tell me about the Blackbirds? Or are you as clueless as I expected?
She gives you a little bit of a look. Well, we know that it's controlled by two women. Their names we do not know, only that there are two women at the top.
Any more about the liberated wolves?
Oh yes, their leader's name is Gregor Kratz, originally from Greenfield, used to be a guard captain, came from a village that was taken over by the Birnish, decided to go rogue instead of fighting for Greenfield. Took a
Can you get a
few
spelling on that name, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Ah,
Gregor Kratz. Took a few of the guards with him and then paraded around in this no man's land and war scarred area of Greenfield and got both village lads and lassies as well as disenfranchised guards to join him, and now they're operating from their own sense of loss and morality. Both stealing and killing on the Bernish side as well as the Greenfield side, and is making a lot of money from the Blackbirds transporting people from Greenfield to the Ravenmoors.
When was this information gathered?
Well, the liberated wolves have been active for many years now.
And so last you heard about their activities was when?
Last I've heard is that we had an inquiry going up to the higher-ups that we needed more information about where the liberated wolves have been moving people through Oldwood to the Ravenmoors, as there were still reports coming in from our different operatives that there are still a presence in Oldwood. And I received that a agent was sent out and have brought back the information that the slave trade is still going on by the liberated wolves, just more north than they usually do.
I see.
Apparently they were beset by some violence and couldn't continue their investigation.
I wanted to quickly ask about that mountain pass. Is
Yes.
that going to be blocked off to us as well, as a means of travel?
No, considering the kind of mission that you're going on, you have special permission.
However, since we are looking for discretion, getting through a blocked mountain pass is going to raise some questions, especially if these guards are willing to take bribes. So perhaps
Yes.
it'd be better avoided then.
Well, if you can find another way above the mountains in a way that you're willing to risk, then that's your decision.
I think we should just be ourselves and take the easiest way.
We'll calculate the risks and take our most favorable option.
Don't fuck with mountains, Tia. Especially not ones with landslides.
Mhm.
You need not worry, I know the mountainside somewhat well. If it means that we won't be passing through Orion's Point, then well, I think I know another way through.
Good to know.
Andy?
If I may ask, since we are looking into something that is folklore adjacent, I wanted to see if I could get any records or information on the local legends and folklore of the eastern regions of Oldwood, either from you or from just browsing your records.
That information would be too scattered for you to pick up in that way. I will have it copied and brought to you as well for night reading.
Thank you, that is greatly appreciated, truly.
I can't promise much. Such information is not favored in the Crown's records.
I understand, that is why this is such a problematic mission after all. But, any clues could help us solve this problem, so. I'll take
That's
what we can
valid.
get. Let's see. Shoot. Oh! Yes, I have a few questions about the previous operations that the Crown has undergone in this matter. Could you give us more exact details on what the Church and the Straza did to alleviate the problem, or at least what their plan was in these first few operations?
First first it was the church. As
Mhm.
soon as some churches went silent, there was an immediate response from the headquarters of the church in East Creek. Troops were moved north. As I understand, it was a company of the Sacred Arms military with some inquisitors and priests, and they never made it back or reported into the church. After that, I understand that there were some more subterfuge attempts by sending in lone agents, and such has also been undertaken by us. We started with a bit of a larger group of Straza and a few administrators, and then we have tried sending in some scouts, but we have not heard back from them.
So it's all just gone dark.
Yes, you could see it as a bit of a dark zone. The only information that we have been given is from people who see them approach the Ravenmoors. And after that, it goes dark.
So our operation is not the first undercover attempt, from what I'm hearing. They say they sent in scouts.
Yes, they have.
How many?
That does not give me confidence.
There has been 2 attempts by the Quran.
Were they both individuals?
One was a group, the other one was an individual.
Fuck. How trained were they?
She scowls as she searches for the information. Gets a little bit frustrated. I don't have anything to compare to.
I don't mean to be blunt, but do you have any understanding of why they believe this group will be any different to the other attempts?
It is not my place to speculate.
So no knowledge then either?
I get reported information which I store in its proper place, and that I have make copies of it and distribute it in any manner that Her Majesty would want it to it. I don't know.
Okay.
They're desperate and we're expendable.
Certainly one theory.
So, if you are allowed to speculate, how much do your spies suck? Like, would you think that your spies are competent at their jobs, or how heavy is your political intrigue?
It's very hard to draw any comparisons. But I would say that the Oldwoodian military, all in all, is more powerful than Silentdale, but of course not as mighty as the Church Sacred Arms. It might extend to the more subterfuge areas of the military as well, I don't know. I have certainly not seen a report of an agent of the Sacred Arms.
I didn't think the church would have them.
Such records is handled eternally inside of the church. It doesn't go through me.
Why would the church have spies?
Well,
Seems kind of
A debated
Thank you.
subject, indeed.
I thought
This
they'd be-
this scout that did come back and bring information. Do you have their name?
Oh yes, Yevor.
Oh, same guy, right?
Yes.
Well, then it seems like if there's no further information here, clearly, Yevor is the only one who's going to give us any real information about what's out there. And even then, it's going to be hit and miss at best, what with things moving so quickly, which is why I'm concerned about delaying, but take your time. I'll wait.
Thank you, you're so generous.
Yevor will be joining the spy mistress at lunch.
Yes.
That is present plan. And then, honestly, the rest we have to do today: talk to the stable master, get our means of transportation, establish hidden identities after speaking with the spy master, and then just
I'll need
purchase
to-
everything we need, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, since I'm clearly not going to need to speak to the stable master, if you want to draft up a shopping list, I can go grab that whilst you do so. Just to get everything prepared. I'd hate to leave everything to the last minute.
So,
It's actually probably a good thing to do with our time before we meet up with the spy master later.
We can also do
I
that
should be able
for-
to.
in between sessions as well. Between now and next
Oh.
session. We can also do that. If you guys want to.
I will
Right.
Handle it
be
in the background.
getting my own things.
Oh, understood. Yes.
I should be able to gather supplies from the church,
If
warm
you,
clothing and such.
if you have no more need of me, I would suggest that you leave me to my work. You know where to find
Yes.
me.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Alberate. We appreciate all your help. We'll be on our way. Thank you.
And I appreciate yours. Avertivici.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Guess we
Okay.
gotta wait to talk to the spy master.
Alright.
Going
We
back
can
to our
go to
break.
the
Sea change!
We could talk to the stable master, but if you want to save that for between sessions, then that's fine.
I mean, all you have to do is be like, hey, we're gonna need horses.
That's horses, but also if you need to buy like cloaks or boots or I don't
Yeah,
know,
again, I'd just be picking it up from the church. I'm sure that they have some that I can borrow.
hand-me-downs, charity case clothes.
I mean, the church probably has a horse, that's for sure, but I don't know if the church
Yeah.
has like a climbing kit or
Dang.
No,
a
no,
parka.
I mean, gosh,
Yeah.
she was just gonna get a warm clothing, basically. Maybe some more arrows, if they have any. I doubt that they will, though.
There's probably some warm traveling clothes, but there's no like specifically made clothes for mountain traversing. I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we like wait to see
Okay.
what socioeconomic bracket our fake identities are
Yeah.
gonna fall into for those of us that plan to stick to them?
Yeah, but we can also handle like a shopping list of
Yeah.
time that we don't go through today that you just handle between sessions so you feel prepared next time. So we don't have to shop during session. Yes. Since you-
Ginevra will defer to the kind of specialists in terms of the kind of gear that they think that she'll need to bring.
Rope.
Yeah. Akron
Lots
says
of
nothing
rope.
the entire way back.
Do I have it? I'm almost certain I don't have it.
Akron's
Okay.
just quiet and
All right.
Have
Lunch
soap.
comes with some soup, some
Oh.
bread,
What?
and
Oh, probably
Um, the doors are just opened without any kind of official invitation, and in strides a 50-year-old so woman with graying hairs. A part of her face is horribly scarred. Probably also did something to her eye because she's wearing like one monocle, and she also has some very cakey makeup for other parts of her face that also been a little bit disfigured, but there seems to be a part of it that she can't hide. And she just walks in, and in tow, there's this pretty lanky man dressed in quite normal clothes, brown curlish hair, some gray eyes that take in the surroundings with great anxiety. Immediately, there's arms crossed over the chest by the woman as she takes you all in. She moves her head a little bit as she sees the daggers that Acheron has on her back. Nods to herself. I don't know if introductions are required, but I am Elka.
Well met, Elka. I'm Ginevra.
Yes, I know.
For your
It's a
help on
pleasure to
this.
meet you.
I realize the Queen has already made up her mind, but for the record, I want to state that this is a stupid-ass decision, and I have elected to tell you that I will hunt you to the ends of Frostmark if you betray Her Majesty's trust. Do you have that understood?
And how good of a threat is that exactly?
Well, know that I have
Acheron.
survived for a very long time in this business, and I will do it personally.
I'm just saying, if all of your agents sent into this place have failed to get us, wouldn't we be theoretically safer
They're
there?
dealing with some devil bullshit. I don't see it here.
Just saying. If all of your agents have failed, we choose to stay in the area.
Well, I don't think
Decided
that you are
because
going to
you're
succeed any either.
Your caution and opinion is noted. What we want to hear is from Yaver, from what he saw.
Yes. Yevor, you better tell them what they need to know. That's our orders. Yes. Yes, Miss Elka. Greetings. Yevor. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Glad to
How
meet you.
is this an act? Can I do a check to see how real this persona is?
Oh, okay. Sure, let's do empathy and compassion.
Okay. Okay. That's a 20, dirty. Dirty 20.
Good stuff.
Not bad.
They're quite hard to read, but you sense that there might be something else there, but you're not sure what.
But 20? Yeah.
You both got a 20, by the way.
Akron's also fronting pretty hard, trying to stay as emotionless and neutral and unreadable as possible.
So I guess you wanna hear about what I went through, yeah?
Yes, please. We are being tasked with similar circumstances, though I don't presume to know. And we could use as much information as we can get.
From the start, if you would.
Well, okay, I was ordered to be a part of the kingly retinue and find out as much information as possible, since we haven't received any information back, and we thought that this could be our in. We weren't allowed to travel through any cities or villages. We were always taken around those, which proved to be a bit of a challenge. Slowed us down. When we arrived to Alderholt, we were all put into palanquins, covered so we couldn't see the city. When we were brought up to the Alderberg Castle, we weren't allowed to leave. Our quarters did not have windows. And we weren't allowed to talk to anybody but those quite horrible diplomatic women that they had. Ugh.
How did you get out?
Gross. Well, it was required a bit of I found myself a hole I could creep through. I have a little bit of a talent. And he shows you his elbow, which, bends in a way that it shouldn't.
Do I believe it?
Empathy composure.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same question.
I crawled through a hole.
Do you want me to check again, or do I keep my
Hole
check
just
for the
randomly
conversation?
appears.
And could you repeat the information about the people he met? I didn't quite catch that part.
They weren't allowed to meet any or talk to any other people in the castle, but for the Ravenmoors and some diplomats who are apparently all women and wild.
Do you want me to make another check, or am I keeping mine for the conversation? I was going to check all of his tracks and stuff.
Well, you haven't got a really read of him. You're very much toe to toe. You feel like there's more there, but you're not sure what. You know that there's probably more to that story.
How did you find this hole?
Well, I made it myself.
You made a hole in the building?
Yes. Took a while. Had to dampen the sound and hide the debris, but I found myself way into another room, of which I could then seek my way out of the confined waters that we found ourselves in. I made my way down to the gates, hoping that I could take a sneak peek over the walls or get through it in some way. That's where
Another hole?
If needed.
Was it needed?
I didn't get so far. You see, I saw
Right.
more of those vile women waiting by the gate, looking very impatient, asking where they are, if they're here yet. And then the gate were open, the inner gate, to reveal two travel-worn people, who immediately went up to these vile women, brought up a sack, and one of these two women opened up the sack, and their face was illuminated by the strange orange glow that came from this crystally rock that had its own, I don't know what to call it. It feels like it was dancing something within it.
What do you believe was the purpose of these women? What was their purpose in being there?
Well, I heard the conversation afterwards saying that we have finally found it. And it's what the Count and Countess has been searching for. Then the two women got very happy with the news and said that they would be rewarded. But this needs to be brought up to the Countess immediately.
They just took the rock out of the bag at the city gate, in full view of everyone else.
They wanted to confirm it.
But just in the open. They just took a glowing rock out of a bag in the middle of the open.
Yes, is that not quite interesting? It fascinates me. I would say that that's more of a state secret. But the guards who were around on the battlements and the gates, they must be very trusted.
These women.
As, for them to show such a thing in open in front of all those guards. Is it incompetency or something far more dangerous? I don't know.
How long ago did you get out?
It was a few months ago. We went in just as the mountain pass had defrosted. We were on our way.
Given what I know about the region, is that plausible?
Yeah, I mean, you can travel to the mountain pass and then wait our May or June.
Mm-hmm.
And the mountain pass is a well-traveled road who has some establishment on its way, so it's more safe to travel there. But generally, during early spring, winter, and late autumn, the mountain pass is deserted. Unless you're really desperate for money.
Is it plausible, though, that could he have escaped and made it through the mountain pass by himself to return here?
Yeah.
Or is it likely... Yeah?
I mean, you have, so.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm me. He's like a person.
Yeah, wasn't it more of an... if he said he didn't get that far, I mean, how did he escape? Like, I'm still not fully understanding of the full process of... It seems like you were caught, you made an escape, you didn't manage to fully achieve your escape, and that's when you found the rock.
My earlier goal was just to take a sneak peek over the walls, but hearing this information and seeing that, I immediately returned to King Vadur.
Is this true, Elka? Was that his mission?
Yevor might seem a little bit weird, but he have served with me for a few years, and I vouch for his loyalty.
What about his skill?
He's not in any way somebody I would trust in a fight,
It's not the skill I was talking about.
but he is a good little mouse, if you know what I mean.
So, remind me if I have any of this information wrong. You were, you, Yevor, were sent ahead of the king's party when you were all leaving Alderholt, going over the mountain pass. And because of this, you were not present for the bandit attack.
Oh,
that
yes.
Descended upon the king's party.
I traveled hard and fast to get out as soon as possible. King Vadur feared that something would happen to him.
Wait, go back to the beginning. You were traveling under guise of servant with the king when you arrived. Did they stuck you in a room with no windows and no way to get out? Or how did you get locked up weirdly? Was everyone locked up?
The whole
I think he
retinue.
was implying that everybody was.
Yes.
Everybody was stuck in poundkins and windowless
became
sleeping chambers.
Yes. It became very obvious very quickly that we were not allowed to see anything but what they could control.
And no one came to talk to you or do anything with you during this time?
No, of course there were diplomatic talks between King Vadur and the Raven Wars. It was just very controlled.
And the king was also kept in this type of condition and was just...
Yes, well, it was very comfortable. We were given a lot of food, a lot of drink. But
Were you with the king a majority of the time, or was he separate from the servants?
no, the king would not be allowed to be left alone. He always had a guard with him. And a secret trained servant as well. In my position, you try to be close, but not too close, if you get what I mean.
Did you manage to listen into any of those diplomatic talks? Get an idea of the way that the Count and the Countess were behaving?
I was not allowed by the table, no. Only 2 guards, and 2 guards from the Ravenmoors.
But people like you can often find ways, even if you're not technically allowed.
I tried, but my first goal was to find out what was happening with the city. I was hoping that King Vadur was able to report what was happening inside of the diplomatic chambers on his own.
What did they do to you in there?
Gave us food. Told us who not to talk to. Told us not to leave the castle. And then there was just meeting after meeting after meeting.
They torture you?
Me? No.
I'll empathy check that.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
I know torture.
I clearly have, not that I know torture at all, I just want to empathy check that. I've never been tortured before in my
Yeah,
life.
the one covered in scars knows nothing about torture.
I've never been tortured before in my life. I don't know what you're doing for me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just like a normal ass
Where
person.
did you ever get that idea?
That's so normal.
Yeah, you
Background's
get
just a dude.
Yeah, it's like a chill bro.
you get the feeling that there might have been violence in the past, but he seems to speak the truth as far as you're concerned when it comes to being tortured in a specific mission.
And
All he wants
so-
to identify is whether or not the torture would have made it be like he would have been tortured to the extent that he would have turned. And he's here now as some their insider spy.
You get the feeling then that there seems to be no deception in this case,
What is your
but you can't be sure. Never can.
Elka?
Yes.
I know to speak to you alone about this if you want it to remain confidential, but I have to ask, and feel free to say no or whatever. What's your debrief process like for servants of the special kind? When they come back, of course, of vetting to make sure no one's turned or anything.
That's cute. That you would ask me that, and that you would think that I would tell you.
I mean, your queen did openly tell me that the servant sent on this mission was a spy.
I
knowing
know,
nothing about
I
you,
know what my queen said, but I am Elka, and I say no.
So. No, it's good. There's someone competent here.
We appreciate your discretion. Okay, thank you.
As long as you're sure and haven't turned.
I wanted to ask Gabor if they had covered your vision on the way into the city, but as you left, you were not, seeing as you escaped, and that's when you caught a look at the rock that was in the city, yes?
No, me and King Vader and the whole retinue decided to leave together at first. That's when things started to get a little bit tense, it felt like, with our guests. King Vader feigned that he needed to return to his missus as soon as possible. And halfway there, I think, to the mountains, that's when he told me that I should go on ahead without him, and I did.
So it wasn't an escape operation, it was just you guys leaving early. But they mostly not want you to. Am I understood?
Yes.
And when you were returning early ahead of the king, that's when you found the people who reported the stone.
No, I
On the
was
way
inside of the castle doing my normal job.
Two
When-
separate days, two separate events.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that, I thought this was like at the gates. So you saw them talking about it inside the castle.
Yes.
Geneva is asking if your vision was covered on the way there. How did you make it to the place where you saw the rock? Yes?
Well, my vision was not covered inside of the castle, and the gate was on the outskirts of the castle.
Ah, okay. The gates of the castle, not of the city, I understand.
Yes. I hope to take a peek over the castle walls to see the city.
But you were unable to.
Well, the information that I had gained seemed more important than taking a peek.
And so you returned, and then when you were leaving the town, you went all together and your vision was covered again.
Yes. Father thought it was better to not have any suspicion cast upon us, but it seemed like it was moot.
You didn't. Did you record any other sensory information? Can you remember the sounds you heard as you traveled? Did you smell anything peculiar? Rotted bodies or something like that as you
We saw
passed through the
people
town?
in the
Did
streets.
you hear people in the streets?
That's... Yes, I will report that to Elka, but the streets were oddly quiet. That's for sure. And what's also interesting is that we were sometimes served Stormholmish imported wine.
I'm assuming you checked as well as you could your food for tampering or...
Yes, it seems all to be quite over the table. And I got the distinct feeling from Vadur that the Ravenmoors were serious in their diplomatic meetings.
Do you think the Stormholmish would have any knowledge of this stone being found?
I did not hear any Stormholmish accents in the castle. That's for sure.
Nor any that would show any kind of behaviors that might indicate Stormholmish relations in any form.
If there were, they kept it away from us. All I know is that there must have been some trade, considering the news we gotten from Birchdale and Elmstone, and yes, in fact, I recognize Stormholmish wine.
Mm-hmm.
And what can you tell us of fortifications? How fortified is this castle? How many guards did you see? Balusters, battlements?
Oh, yes. Well, it's obvious that they are more of a military operation than a peaceful operation. They do seem to be armed for war, that's for sure. I shudder to think how much money we'll have to go for this whole operation.
Numbers rather than stories, please.
Well, what I saw inside of the castle was also quite limited. But all I can say is that there was a Strasse around every corner. Or a Strasse-like person.
Looks to Alice and I said, are your spies always this ambiguous?
Elka. Might be a little bit eccentric, but all I know from what he's told me that the castle is probably up to capacity will probably mean that about 300 to 500 personnel can be fit inside. Castle Alderberg is not the most fort-like castle that we have on the eastern shore, but it's definitely one of the bigger ones.
Well,
Would you be aware of any reason that the Count and Countess would have to meet with anyone other than the king of this area?
Well, the Stormholmish certainly have a way in some way or the other. And so
Could
does
be
the
our
slave
key.
trade. Yes, speaking of. The Queen brought up to me that she might want you to be undercover in some way. But I don't believe in pushing an undercover identity upon you that you cannot uphold. So I have some suggestions.
Good luck.
Please.
Either indeed you travel as some kind of Stormholmish traders, probably selling spice considering the money and small amounts that you need to carry with you for it to be profitable for Stormholmish traders. And seeing that all of you seem to have some kind of southern accent, perhaps you could pull it off. Or you can try to make your in through the slave trade by making yourselves known to the liberated wolves to be introduced to the black birds and then some way either, be slaves or be a part of their operation. Or you can travel as you are. Independent scholar Tatiana and her assistants. You're just going to this place to find out what's up.
Are they open to scholars from Malgrave?
That is a fair question that we have not asked yet.
Well, there have certainly been people who have on their own volition moved to the area. There is only loyalists of the crown and agents that are sent in and soldiers are sent in and priests of Riam that has been ejected or hasn't come out at all.
I see.
What?
And I know that, Titania, you're not the kind of good girl that the church would like you to be, so perhaps you haven't in that way, considering that they are doing some devilry stuff over there.
Tanya's panicking.
Ginevra is looking at her interestingly, closely.
So is Aaron.
I think that Titania's openness to certain ideas definitely gives her a reputation as storied as it may be. Titania's such a sheltered good girl, honestly. I don't think she's as impressive as you think she is.
Can I try and do an empathy check on Aspen?
Me too.
What am I rolling?
You could also probably
Perception.
read Tia.
Manipulation.
Okay. Is it empathy?
Composure.
Composure. Okay. Cool.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, damn. That's a good roll.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, no.
Alright.
No,
I've on
no.
Not
YouTube
good at
for a good
lying.
few days. Like, I know all your little ticks.
I will
Sure.
say though, regardless of the word content, Acheron stands slightly straighter. Perhaps it's the body language change that gives it away a bit, but Acheron has been like kind of like arms crossed, slouch a little. As this is brought up, the posture straightens and the kind of it's the same vibe as Acheron when Aaron almost touched their neck. That same like aura of body posture is
Right.
what settles over them, and perhaps unsettlingly, you might get the feeling the words were for you. They are not looking at you.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
My cockles are raised. Effectively.
My eyebrows raised.
But as far as identity, as church going or not, it has to be something that, I would like Tatiana's head to stay where it is. Thank you.
And you should not have accepted this mission to begin with.
Wasn't really my choice.
I do believe there are options available to us, but perhaps not necessarily said in this stage, I think.
It would be good for you to inform me as soon as possible so I can give you any assistance that you might require with travel documents and disguises and spices if you decide to go that route.
Don't worry, we'll be getting to you as quickly as possible. We don't want to hang around for too long.
Is there a place to find you when we've made our decision?
I will come to you. So, ask for Elka and Elka will find you.
Very well.
What if we have further identity questions? Everyone's gonna try and convey just eye contact that this is only through eye contact or kind of I personally am asking you about me talking to you, kind of
Like
trying to use eye contact. It's just they're trying to focus their gaze in a way that's very clearly personal, not professional. Maybe putting more emotion into their eyes than they've had, letting the guard drop a little to let their own this is a personal kind of thing.
Personal
I don't know
request.
if I need a
If you want,
presence.
if you want to talk to me in private, Acheron, you can just ask.
Oh, so much for subtlety. Can I?
Yes.
You're very abrupt for a spy master. Scoutmaster, excuse me. My bad.
Yes, we shouldn't get that wrong, should we?
There's been a lot of things being thrown about. I guess both of us should be more careful with our words.
I will meet you in the courtyard in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Now, any other questions for Elka?
How'd you get that scar?
In the field. My only mistake, my final mistake.
Is that why you wear the monocle?
Yes, well, my eye. She moves it aside and it's like, the scars like move over it and it's like milky. See that much?
Aaron wants to watch her take the monocle off and not interested in what's behind it or her scar, but the monocle itself.
Okay. Like, what are we focusing on here? Like the elegance?
There's the detail on it if it looks like it comes from, if it's less than common, if it looks more ornate in any particular way.
Oh. I would say, rather than ornate, it looks more sturdy. Like, instead of focusing the money on, like, buying gold,
Dysfunction.
it's, like, especially well made. Good metal.
Did you say that she was fairly, like, elderly? Like, she's got grey hair because she's old, rather than from stress or anything? Okay.
Like, perhaps a little bit of both.
Yeah.
It doesn't look old.
The monocle?
Hmm.
Well, it seems well taken care of, but it probably seen a few years.
That's a few years. Okay, fair enough.
Right. Yevor. And with that, she just turns around and leaves the room. Yevor gives you a little bit of a shy smile and a little bit of a wave and exits with her.
Thank you for your help.
Nods in your direction. Closes the door.
Thank you. As soon as the two of them leave, Titania just nods to the three of them, if you'll excuse me, and dashes off into her room.
I want to follow her after giving very, like, measured looks to the... No, I'm not going to follow her yet. I'm just going to look at Ginevra and Aaron.
You should probably check that she's okay.
Left in quite a hurry.
She's shy. She doesn't like being pointed out. Sure, all of us have secrets we'd rather keep buried.
If you say so, better check on it.
Watch yourselves. And Ekron's gonna step into the room with Titania.
Uh-huh.
Titania is so she like as soon as Elka started just talking about her reputation offhand, she was like stone still for the rest of the conversation, and now she is like sitting on the bed, huddling her coat around her, and just
Yeah, Ekron's gonna like slowly approach. Would you like physical comfort, or would you like me to stay at a distance?
you're fine.
I think Ekron will just like step closer and like if you seem receptive or it would help, will like put their arms around you and like rest their head, like they kind of like sit kind of at your back and put their arms around you in like a secure way, and they rest their head on like your back or your shoulder and just like kind of rub your arm and say, "It's okay. Just breathe. This didn't mean anything."
Of course,
Okay.
they have wicked networks of information. Of course.
Why do you think I'm
Sparse.
going? Titania, just breathe. The other two don't know anything. beyond that, maybe you're just a little excited when it comes to devil artifacts, right? It's interesting research. But I will go talk to her. Obviously, I have questions that cannot be asked in front of the others, but also to find out what they know about you. I want you to listen to what I say next carefully, because if anything goes bad, you will be making it out on your own. When you return to Malgrave, find Aegon, the alchemist in the Twin Star Society. Yes, the one you know.
Yeah.
Tell him that I sent you under my old name. He owes me a favor, and he will help you. So if things go badly, you get yourself out first, and if I make it, I will find you. Don't wait for me, and do not look back.
Yeah.
You're gonna be okay. We're going to be okay. You can
Talk
do
to
this.
the Elka lady, see if she actually cares, or if this is just...
I will. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
And then Agron's just gonna sit quietly with Tia, maybe like hum something soothing. Just kind of wait for Tia to calm down a bit until the time that Agron needs to go to meet with Elka properly comes about, or Tia's calmed down enough for us to rejoin the others.
All right. Anything?
Tia's gonna actually just stay in her room for a while.
So I'll probably be leaving first.
Yeah.
Anything important between Ginevra or Aaron in the meantime?
I do have a conversation I want to have Aaron, but if you want it to happen next session, we can pick up from where we're at now and do it then.
All right, it's gonna be a little bit longer.
Up to you guys. I have no idea how long it's going to be. It could be very short. You never know what the answers are going to be.
This group, we could roleplay for an eternity or just a couple seconds. So
Yeah.
All right, how's the energy? Is it better to stop now, or should we be pushing for another 20 minutes?
I'm still ready. I'm still raring. So.
How are you doing, Adrian?
I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
You go.
Okay. Then Ginevra's gonna turn to Aaron and look somewhat concerned, saying, "Can you explain to me why the Alborate said that the liberated wolves were involved in the slave trade?"
It's what they do. Oh, it's one of the things they do.
And these people are those you would consider friends?
Friends is a complicated word. I would say that they know me, and I have a reputation with them. If it
Why?
came down to, well, I used to work with them for a time.
As a slaver?
No, as a mercenary. Back when they were smaller, with hopes to expand. They needed a lot of muscle back then.
How long ago?
A couple of years ago, I think. Time is funny.
So just before they started all the slavery business?
Slaves in this area of the world have been somewhat commonplace. The trading of people back and forth. I don't know if I've really been in this place that hasn't had it. Of course, it's increased now with the freedom to do so. And as groups get bigger, their resources expand, their boldness increases, and inevitably things increase.
I'm asking you if you were involved in it, Aaron.
I never cared for what the liberated wolves did.
As long as they paid.
I needed money back then.
Okay.
If I'm honest here, Ginevra, this is probably our best bet in going forward. I personally think that no matter how much clothing or disguises we put on ourselves, we would still stand out. And if we're going up against a castle, we're gonna need a lot more friends than what we have now. Whether or not we agree with what they do, that is larger than what we are here to do.
I understand. And I do agree. It does seem a clear path, especially if you believe that you would hold some sway with them. But you did also speak of the Blackbirds and having an interest in them and their activity, hoping that our paths might cross with them because you were involved with some work or interested in their activity.
I was interested in activity because I heard of them whilst I worked with the liberated wolves. They were always considered much smaller, and now I'm concerned as to why their name keeps cropping up even amongst the forests. I'm concerned about how big their name is getting in such a small amount of time, and what that means. For me, at least, with my knowledge about the liberated wolves, things take time. Sizes grow at a predictable rate, and as far as I'm aware, the blackbirds are growing far too fast, far too quickly, so I'm concerned about that. I'm not going to say that I'm all buddy-buddy with Gregor. I didn't leave on amicable terms, but I felt I needed to leave at that point.
Why?
It was enough. I just took a job with them to get some gold, and once I had that gold, and well, I felt I was okay by myself then.
What did you need the gold for?
That's my business.
Seeing as it's going to be impacting our work here, it may also be mine.
I can assure you that it makes no difference to the liberated wolves or my reputation with them about why I needed gold. As far as they're concerned, I was merely a champion.
Champion?
There are things about me you don't know yet, Ginevra. If we had to stay together a while, you may learn things you don't like.
I'm seeing that. I prefer to be aware of things ahead of time so that I know how to navigate the situation. I want to make it clear that if this is the route that we plan to go, I don't want the way we go about it to help these people, these slavers, in any way. And if I can find a way to hinder them, I will take it. Is that clear?
Understood.
Good. She kind of turns to leave and then turns back and says, "I'm sorry for earlier. I was too forward, and I apologize for that. I find myself unusually relaxed in your company, and I forgot my manners. It won't happen again."
Understood.
She turns to leave.
All right, cool. And then, Acheron, head down to the courtyard, public area.
As Acheron enters the courtyard, who's there? How many people? What does it look like? Exit points, all that. Where can I, if things go south, where are my exits? Versus where's Elka standing?
Right. So you're looking at basically a small, like, garden courtyard where you have a bit of a fountain in the middle and some green areas and some hedges, and then several smaller buildings, are built against the walls, and then you have the gate on the opposite side of the big doors of the castle. But then you have several like minor entrances in the castle complex that you can just find if you go either right or left.
Are they guarded, or do they have doors, and how heavy do these doors look like? Is it reasonable to assume that they're just open, or?
From your time in Castle Oakhard, or Oakham, I should say, it depends upon the door, and if it's locked or not is toss of a coin. Toss a coin.
Okay. How many people are in this courtyard aside from Elka and I?
There are a few people moving about. It's hard to give you a number because, of course, it's a place for people to travel through. So sometimes there can be just one or two, or sometimes there can be more, depending upon. I mean, there's people moving around in the stables. There are people, in the garrison. There are people on the walls.
Is there any like gardeners or like people that are idling that I could assume are spies listening to us? Like, how many windows overlook this place?
Elka has positioned herself in a particular part of the green area in the middle where everybody can see her, but nobody is that close to her to overhear her. Okay. Nor is she close to any building, door, or place. She's there in the open in this green space. Standing defiantly on the grass.
Yeah, as Acheron steps to the courtyard, they kind of keep like they keep like all of their presence like in, try to like take up as little space and be as unnoticeable as possible. As they step into the courtyard, we both know what we're here to talk about. Both of us know who we are, so Acheron's gonna drop it and let like the kind of killer instinct take over. Straighter posture, they're clearly scanning areas, like they're being completely open about what they are in like body language. The mask is gone. And they'll approach but keep like enough to be heard, even if talking quietly, but it's clear that there's like a bit of like a reaction time distance between us. So if she were to like suddenly like stab, there's a chance to step backwards,
Yeah, no, Elka also keeps a distance between you guys.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. If you do decide to try to attack me, I have good authority that you want to leave this place alive, and so would not Titania.
I didn't come here to do anything to you, so long as it's not absolutely necessary for my survival.
Yes, well, that's why I'm saying I won't do anything to you either. So, why are you on edge?
I'm always on edge, but does it seem like a genuine question, or is this like baiting?
You don't know?
Can I guess Acheron just kind of shrugs. So how much do you know about us?
She gives you a little bit of a head turn. Is there something to know about you?
You spoke of Titania's reputation. What do you know?
Well, everybody can have access to the records of the University of Blackburn to know that the research that she's going through in the papers that she has written is not something that the church wants you to investigate, no?
Can I check her to see if this is all, like, has she, like, just picked to share this, so there's kind of, like, the haha, I know more, or if the what is there to know is genuine?
Sure.
Can I do something? I don't know, would it be empathy, composure,
It would be, like, once again, empathy, composure is being vigilant about other people's emotional states. So, yeah. You don't have a lie detector.
22. Just if she knows more than she's saying.
It seems like to you that she doesn't know more at this point, but she's getting more intrigued.
Her papers are, as you said, not necessarily what the church likes, so it was so kind of you to bring that up in front of a priest, wasn't it? Your tact is legendary.
No, of course, there was a second meaning to that. If you are going to survive on this mission, you better trust each other. It's just like this is better to be brought up now than later.
Oh, so you were trying to help us. Thank you so much. Why do I get the feeling that that is absolutely not true? I think you're trying to, well, maybe you are. I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend to. So let's just cut the bullshit, you and I. If you can.
I don't deal with bullshit.
How good is your man as a spy at what he does? Actually.
What are we questioning here?
His skill.
But his skill has all been in the past. We are not questioning him about the skill in the future. It doesn't matter what kind of skill he has. The only thing that matters is the loyalty and trust you can put on his words.
I need to know how good they are and if they've clocked in. Why have none of your other, if you sent other spies, I need to know why they haven't come back. If they're good enough to detect your people, I need to know how skilled your people are so that I can be better, if I'm not already.
I say, Acheron, that we try our best here in this little wood-covered corner of Frostmark. We're certainly no sacred arms, but we try to get along.
Well, clearly your best isn't enough, is it?
Well, I am looking forward to seeing what kind of state you are not going to be returning in.
I'm just saying. You seem to have a lot of failure. Say what you will for the Sacred Arms, but they don't tolerate that.
I don't think that that's a mark upon my organization. I think it's a mark of how dangerous the Ravenmoors are, seeing that more skilled people than you inside of the Sacred Arms have tried to go in there and failed.
Oh, good. So you are. That was my next thing I was going to try to lure out of you if you knew there were agents involved. That's good to know. So then, they are good at finding spies.
Yes.
What's your policy if you get caught? I'm assuming it's death if you can't return. How likely do you think it is that your spies kept to that? Unless you're soft and they're allowed to, whatever, say what they want and betray you.
I would say for your sake, considering we haven't received any thumps or heads of important people on the other side of the mountain chain, for your sake, I would say that you would prefer death.
Do you know any that are still alive in there that are deceased to keep their position?
If they are either unable to send me any information or too scared to do so.
Have you only sent those? Have you just sent people who have general skills, or have you sent those that are specifically spies for this type of thing?
This type of thing. There is no such thing as this type of thing. We are not prepared to deal with devilry.
I meant the social part. There's of course many different types of agent. Not everyone has the same tools in their box, if you know what I mean.
Yes, well, those died with King Valder over taking prisoners.
You seem to know an awful lot about Titania and I.
I take care of who my queen decides to tell of my own organization.
Yeah, you should really watch that. That was not a smart move on her part. If it had been someone who was, well, not us, that might have sucked.
For some reason, she seems to have a lot of trust in you.
I think it's the extremely tall man that's with us. She seems quite taken.
Mr. Asterion.
What do you know about him?
That he's a good mercenary. Knows his way around these parts and the different banding groups perhaps a little bit too well.
He's done bad things? These are slavers, you said? Or someone said. Someone.
I don't deal with questions of morality in that way. I am far sure that I have done more harm, she says with quotation marks, in my line of work. Before even Mr. Asterion was born.
Does he sell people? That's kind of important if there's 3 people traveling with him to meet with a bunch of slavers.
Mr. Asterion cut ties with the liberated wolves before they got into that business.
So he doesn't sell people?
Not from I know. Does he?
Do you think I'd be asking if I had that answer?
Well, you do like to play a lot of games of trying to lure things out of me, do you?
Well, in our line of work, they don't exactly teach you to be forthcoming, do they?
Well, that's how I run things a little bit differently.
Which is good. I like that. And so how much did the Queen actually want the church to be involved in this?
Don't think it was a question of wanting.
Does the Queen trust the church members here? Do you have any information on this Ginevra? She's been here for a year, she said. I imagine you'd know something.
Yes, well, Nudencia. Traveled to Grow Hill, became a priest. Have been very charming, gregarious with a lot of people. Made it to East Creek, later on here in Allwood for perhaps a year. Made herself as well very gregarious with a lot of church people. Asks a lot of questions.
And
Interesting
the church likes her?
questions.
What kind of questions?
Too many, if you ask me.
How dedicated do you think she is?
And what do I get in return for giving you all of this information, Acheron?
What do you want?
An honest answer to one question.
If you answer my questions that will help me and guarantee that your knowledge of my past and whatever you know about Tia does not spread, I'll do whatever you want.
Sometimes my hands can be tighter behind my back. You got to understand that.
As long as you, of your own volition, do not go out of your way to harm Titania, I will answer your question.
Alright. Then in return of that, did you go around scaling my castle walls yesterday?
No.
That's concerning. Thank you.
What part of the castle?
Well, I ask you for a reason.
No, I was with Titania all night. The royal setting does not agree with me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And return. I will not go out of my volition to look into Titania more.
Thank you. I mean, I'd appreciate it if you didn't sell my identity either, but that's your head if you do. So, you're aware of that, I imagine.
Well, considering your accent and the way you look, I have my suspicions.
Your suspicions cannot be worse than the truth.
Fair?
Not at all. I cannot, and I say this not just as a method of protecting myself, but in the interest of protecting you and all you care about. Don't. The people after me, or the people involved in the information you find, the rabbit holes you'd go down, people don't return from that.
Oh, be
No
very
matter how good
sure
they are.
that I will step aside and protect my agents against that hush-posh of a chaotic mess that those agents can be.
You protect your people?
It's a balance act between doing the ultimate good for the country and for my agents.
What would you do to protect your agents?
Step aside and let them kill you if I had to.
That's not why I'm asking. I have no plans to harm your agents, but I'm always looking for safer opportunities.
You're asking me for a job?
I'm asking you, if we come back successfully, is there a safer place here? Of course, you knowing about my potential past is problematic, but if you were willing to protect me from those pursuing me, and perhaps, my friend from whatever reputation she apparently has, which I will be needing to talk to her about, clearly, I'm always looking for a safer place to live. Malgrave's nice, but there might be somewhere else.
I'm sorry to say that we will not risk the wrath of the church for two people.
That's fair. That's what I thought.
You should travel further north, if you can stomach the barrenness.
You think they would? I suppose it's fair.
I've heard that some of the chieftains take the attitude of the church as a chance for competition.
Are the Bjarnish looking for spies?
I don't know, but they might be looking for pissing the church off.
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you. Speaking of which, don't. Try not to. My demons are far scarier than yours could ever be. And they're real. So.
I like to keep it that way. Speaking of which, I actually have things to do than lounge around in the eastern wing.
Well, I appreciate your answers and your promise. You promise to hunt me down if I betray your queen. Same goes for you if you betray Titania.
Mutual distraction, I like it.
Oh yeah. Well then, it's a promise. Let's not have to fulfill it, shall we?
Just don't go around scouring my castle walls.
It really wasn't me, and you're gonna want to check that out, because whoever it was or whatever it was wasn't good.
Don't have to tell me twice. Good luck.
Good luck. And good luck with your rat problem.
I shall find myself some cats.
And Akron will head back with some
Yeah, both of you kind of leave at the same point. You don't want to be the one to get the
Yeah.
upper hand in that. All right. So, we can handle the shopping out of session, and we can also make the final decision of which alternative identities, if any, if you guys would want, and you would get papers about that. You also wanted a list of important people in those 3 cities and around it, and you also wanted a report from one of the priests who was able to get over. I shall also prepare that for next time.
Also, you could just tell me if nothing of use comes up in Tia's folklore exploration, because I suspect that is a possibility.
Right, we had the folklore stuff as well.
Yes.
Yes.
I think the identity conversation should be had in character.
Yeah, it may be a conversation had like at least like in voice, maybe in between the session at some point. If we think that it wouldn't fit.
Some of us
It could also be
probably
done
have
during the
opinions.
session. Yeah, I think it could be an interesting
How dare
watch,
you.
so it might be worth.
All right.
I think
Okay.
I thought that there wouldn't
That's
be
true.
a lot of just like issues around it, but it seems like maybe there will be. So
I mean,
it could be
it's
some
just-
interesting talks.
Yeah, there's some thoughts around some of the routes. Some of us are a little less keen on being sold than others,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
Alright, fake salt.
Will it? Yeah, but how do you guarantee that?
Oh no, I don't guarantee anything.
Are you really gonna Yes, I definitely trust the slavers to not actually turn me into a slave because that they seem very trustworthy for that purpose. I totally believe they'll release me when I ask.
They're very nice people.
You don't know the slavers like I know the slavers.
Listen,
That's true.
whatever kind of
Woo.
relationship you're getting into, I do not believe that they are gonna yes, well the safe word is basket. Just say it when you wish to not be a slave anymore. I don't think that's
Safe
how
word.
it works.
My safe word is pineapples.
Anyway, okay. So I'm gonna jump a little bit ahead
Yeah.
into the future, and then we can jump back into the past and discuss the alternatives of identities in voice, if you would please.
Sure.
All right.
All right. Because I want a nice ending to the session.
Cool.
Music.
Oh,
Okay, this better not. Elka, you better not.
that is.
That's a
Fog
black
war.
screen.
Yeah, I know. Should be black.
Alright.
Elka,
Mountain.
Elka, you better not. Swear to God.
One way or the other, you all head to bed, resting for the final night before you're gonna head off in the morning. Start of your journey. Titania reads far into the night. Acheron tiptoes over to her once again, especially after hearing about weird people scouring castle walls.
Yeah, there's no way you're sleeping.
You
alone.
never-
I'm gonna tell her about that too.
You do your
Mhm.
evening ablutions,
Yeah, and I stay up a little longer,
prayers.
thinking in bed than usual.
Aaron, you fall asleep in his chair in the living room like before. Aaron, it takes a long while for you to awake, gliding in and out of dreams for many minutes. But the biting cold that surrounds you eventually forces your eyelids to flutter. You have never felt this bad in your whole life. Pain and sorrow is not emotions foreign to you, but grogginess and headaches certainly can be. It feels like your mind and body is trudging through thick tar. Yet a chill goes through you, which brings some energy to your limbs and anxiousness to your mind. The surface you lie on is hard and bitingly cold. It is very dark around you, and there's almost a milky membrane over your eyes that you fiercely try to blink away, and your eyes water. Through the confusion and tears, you however see a source of a blindingly white light. You stumble up, bump into something hard, and then stumble over something hard on the ground. Great effort and many grunts, you continue walking towards the light who grows by each step you make. Then, the wind takes hold of you, scattering your hair and clothes around violently, and 1,000 needles bites into your face. The world appears stark white. You blink some more, desperately trying to see something other than the oppressing white. Snow. It is snow. A lot of it. A blizzard. You realize that you are standing in the mountains. You look behind you, into the darkness and calm of the cave whence you came, to shield your eyes and face from the onslaught of the snow. There on the ground, gleaming to you in the darkness, the blue stone that you found, that beckoned you, that you whispered to, that you awake in a lavish room. Castle Ocombe. You realize that it was all a dream. A dream of memories. Yet the ephemeral nature of dreams, the emotions and memories stay with you, cascading like icy winter waves within your body. Your gaze falls on the blue stone on your sword beside you. It beckons to you still when you stare into the vast blueness of it. What does Aaron think and feel?
Nostalgia.
Make me a resolve saving throw. Alright. And with those emotions swirling within you, you try to find rest again. Though doing so is pretty hard. And with that, our session ends for tonight. Woo!
Who did it?
Woo!
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that was intense. That was intense.